Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Hokage Naruto locked and smashed Ino Yamanka? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original stories link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Nearly 500 years after Konoha was attacked by Orochimaru and after the third's death, Konoha was already back in business. The chunin exam was being held and many genin from different countries participated. At the chunin exams, prelims, "Where's the Hokage? He should be here to watch the matches," a worried female junin said. "Don't worry, we still have half an hour before the matches start," another female junin replied. "I'll go look for him." Poof, she disappeared in a puff of smoke. Inside the Hokage's office, "Master Hokage, where are you?" She peeped through the door and entered. "Come on, Hizachi. Stop hiding, they need you at the prelims." There was no response. Silence filled the room and she could hear her heartbeat when suddenly, "Didn't anyone teach you to knock?" The 70th Hokage was standing on the ceiling upside down. "Master Hokage, what are you doing? Don't scare me," she shouted. "Damn, I'm the Hokage and you're still scolding me. Well, show some responsibility. You should go to the prelims. After all, you are the 70th Hokage." "Don't worry, I'll go. You always say that, but you don't really go." "All right, let's go." "Geez," he jumped down from the ceiling. "You know, if you weren't my teammate, I would have killed you the first day I became Hokage. You're so annoying." "Shut up, Hizachi. You're acting like the fifth. At least I don't use my skills to be young." "That's because you are young. Just like the fourth. Why are you comparing me to the other Hokage?" "Because you are a Hokage. Whatever," he said before they walked out of his office. At the prelims, "Somebody please tell me the reason why I'm here," Hizachi sighed. "That's because you're the Hokage. Why can't you just go get the 69th, or maybe the 68th? "That's because you are the current Hokage." She was starting to get annoyed. "Whatever," he sighed again. Then, one Anbu appeared next to him and whispered something to him. He nodded and stood up. The Anbu disappeared. He faced the Junin and a smile appeared on his face. "What's wrong with you?" the Junin asked. "I can leave," he replied. "What? How?" "Uchiha Mizuki, we have a mission, but you can't leave the prelims." "Simple. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." A single Hokage clone appeared. "That was your idea?" "Yup. Now, let's go." "Why do you have to go?" "I'll explain on the way. Right now, we have to go through the forest canopy outside Konoha. Now can you tell me?" the Uchiha asked. "Yeah, I suppose so," he sighed while leaping on another branch. "So, what's so important that the Hokage has to go?" The Anbu sensed something in the middle forest. "Right now, we, along with the Anbu, have a Class S mission on our hands." "All right, I understand. So, is it a high-level missing nin? Worse." His face got serious. "Then what is it?" "Kyuubi," he trailed off, remaining quiet the rest of the way. Eventually, they reached the place Hizachi was talking about. They jumped down to the ground and landed in the middle of 5 Anbu. "Where is it?" the Hokage asked seriously. "We don't know. Its chakra is so massive, it covers a 500-meter radius." "I didn't know that the Kyuubi was that powerful." "Something's wrong," Mizuki said. "You're right, something is definitely wrong. That thing was supposed to be dead." The Hokage gritted his teeth, but relaxed in a matter of seconds. "Mizuki, you're an Uchiha, use your Sharingan. Look for the Kyuubi." "Right." She closed her eyes and opened them to reveal an activated Sharingan. She looked around for traces of the Kyuubi. After a few minutes of searching, she deactivated the Sharingan. "Did you find it?" "No, its chakra is everywhere. However, I did see a dense cluster of its chakra moving rapidly underground." "That's the Kyuubi." He put on his forehead protector. "All Anbu are to return to Konoha." Order all Junin and Chunin to defend it. All genin should accompany all civilians to evacuate. You are authorized to use your jutsu to drive the people away from Konoha. Yes. We're going. All 5 Anbu disappeared in a puff of smoke. Mizuki? Yes, Master Hokage. Please inform the 69th and 68th about the current situation. If I fail, they, along with the Anbu and the other ninjas, are the only ones that could stop the Kyuubi. Now go. Hizachi. What about you? Don't worry about me. Once this is over, I'll annoy you all day. All right. I'll wait for you. Be careful. I will. Mizuki disappears in a puff of smoke. Hizachi turned around and felt the ground shake violently. Well, haven't done this in a while, he sighed and activated his nameless bloodline limit. His eyes looked like a 3-dotted Sharingan, but blue. It has the same capabilities as the Byakugan and Sharingan. He can also let other people see, feel, and experience what he wants them to feel. Seconds later, the shaking stopped. Things calmed down for a few seconds until the Kyuubi shot out of the ground and landed right in front of him. The Kyuubi started growling at him. What a surprise, to be actually in front of the Kyuubi. You should be dead. He talked to the Kyuubi, but it just kept on growling at him. Oh well, let's just get this done. He performed a few hand seals and started gathering chakra on his right hand, making the sound of 1,000 birds. He charged at the fox in full speed and hit dead on the spot, but the fox was barely scratched and threw him 100 meters through the trees. He finally stopped when he hit a large tree, hitting his back extremely hard. Who am I kidding? Chidori won't work. I'm not surprised by Yandimi's death after facing this thing. On the walls of Konoha, the Anbu, with all the Junins and Chunins, were standing near and on the walls. The 68th and 69th Hokage were having a little talk with Mizuki. Are you saying that Hizachi is fighting that thing alone? He's crazy, the 69th said. Only the 3rd and the 4th know how to bring that thing down. Don't worry, I'm sure he'll succeed, I hope. Mizuki put her hands together and placed them on her chest. From their location, they could see explosions and trees flying in every direction. Smoke rose from the forest as fires started around the fox. This made Mizuki extremely worried. She wanted to help Hizachi, but as the Hokage, his orders were to be followed. With Hizachi, almost an hour has passed since the fight started. The Kyuubi was showing no signs of fatigue or strain while Hizachi was almost knocked out. Damn, at this rate, I will be killed and the rest of Konoha will be obliterated. He ran away from the Kyuubi in the direction opposite of Konoha. The Kyuubi followed him, trying to get a bite out of him every now and then. Whoa, according to historians, the Kyuubi was powerful, but not this much. He stopped running and turned to face the Kyuubi. I guess I'll have to use my last resort. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 2 copies of him appeared. The 2 copies distracted the Kyuubi while he stood behind a tree, forming all 12 hand seals in a cycle that repeated 3 times. When he finished the hand seals, a circle with ancient insignias appeared below his feet. The circle grew larger and larger until it reached the Kyuubi. He walked towards the Kyuubi as his hair were standing up because of the upward surge of energy. Oh well, looks like I can't annoy her now. Sorry, Mizuki. He opened his palms and placed them on the ground. Gate of Ages, open. The insignias in the circle started glowing and sent up a pillar of light as wide as the circle itself. The lines that went criss-cross on the circle moved towards the Kyuubi, binding it. The light intensified. The energy surge became more powerful. Everything inside TH circle was levitating. All right, let's see you escape this. Below them, the inner part of the circle began to crack and started sucking small particles. In Konoha, everybody saw the pillar of light. Everybody stood in awe as the pillar grew. Then, after covering nearly half of the entire forest, the pillar started to shrink. It kept on shrinking until it was nothing but a thin line of light that got sucked to the ground. There was a few moments of silence until Hizachi arrived at Konoha. It is over. The Kyuubi is gone, he said, leaning on the wall. Mizuki was extremely relieved when she saw him and she was staring to cry. All the shinobi that were standing guard ran towards Hizachi. Mizuki was allowed to pass through the crowd to reach the injured Hokage. She extended her arms and gave him a hug. Once her arms closed, Hizachi disappeared in a puff of smoke. Kage Bunshin, the 69th Hokage, said before he walked outside the gates of Konoha. If that was a Bunshin, where is the real Hizachi? I don't know. I'll take all Anbu out for a search. We need help from Hyuga and Uchiha. Their bloodline limit could greatly help in our search for the 70th Hokage. All right. Let's meet back here in 15 minutes, the 68th Hokage ordered. Let's just hope he's out there, in a forest, somewhere. Hey. Wake up. Are you all right? A blonde ninja asked him. Judging by his forehead protector, he came from Konoha. Ouch, it was all Hizachi could say. His vision was quite blurry and his body is very weak. Hey, Granny. Take a look at this guy. Can you help him? The blonde asked. Another blonde approached him, this time, a female. He's got severe injuries and his chakra is extremely low. Even if I help him, he won't be able to recover until after a month. Just help him. We'll bring him to Konoha's hospital after that. Yeah, whatever. The lady answered as she started to heal him. His wounds were closing and his eyes finally focused on his rescuers. Upon seeing the face of the person healing him, he did not know whether to be happy or surprised. Happy because he is definitely saved and surprised because he's not supposed to be seeing her. Can you tell me something? He asked weakly. Sure, go ahead. Well, I hate to sound stupid, but how many Hokage are there in Konoha? Both dead and alive. 5. 5? Are you sure? What? You call me a liar? Tsunade gave the tree behind Hizachi a slight punch, which made it fall down. In the background, Naruto's voice could be heard shouting, "Timber." All right. Hizachi sat up. If there are only 5 Hokage, that means I went back to the past. Damn. I have to find the Kyuubi. Hizachi slowly breathed while thoughts were getting jumbled up in his mind. First, it was the chunin exam. Second, the trouble with the most annoying girl. Third, the Kyuubi, and now, he was stuck in the past face to face with the 5th Hokage. He was about to drift to sleep under the tree where he crashed when the hyperactive ninja started to shake him violently. Wake up. Don't fall asleep. Naruto yelled at Hizachi's ear. This earned him a powerful smack on the head courtesy of Jiraiya. Shut up, Naruto. Let him rest, but, listen to him, Naruto. Tsunade ordered. Whatever, Granny. I'll listen to that perverted hermit just because you said so. Don't call me Granny. Tsunade's eyes flared and she started to chase Naruto, making craters every now and then. Shizune just laughed and Jiraiya would too, if he wasn't staring at the ladies that were watching the commotion. That's a funny sight, a Hokage being pissed off by a genin. That means I'm better. It takes a single female junin to annoy me, he thought as he let out a loud sigh, which didn't go unnoticed by Shizune. She went beside him and tried to get some answers. So, what's your name? I'm Hizachi Ninmei. You're Shizune, right? How did you know? Lucky guess. Right. Where did you come from? Konoha. As soon as he finished his answer, Shizune noticed something. On the neck portion of his shirt, which looked like Sasuke's uniform, was the symbol of the Hokage. Why are you wearing that? She pointed at the Hokage symbol. I just want to. Are you serious? Didn't you know that only the Hokage can carry that? I know. Geez, centuries into the future. The 68th and 69th Hokage, along with squads of Anbu and a large bunch of Bunshins, returned to the gates of Konoha after hours of searching. Did you find him? Mizuki asked the 2 Hokage. The both of them just shook their heads and dismissed all the Anbu. What happened to him? We don't know. That jutsu he used was unknown. It's the first time it's been used. We don't know what it did to him and the Kyuubi, the 69th said. But not finding him puts him in the Mia list. If we don't find him in 2 days, he's officially dead, the 68th added. Oh no, It was all the female Junin has to say. In Naruto's time, Naruto was left in an inn to watch Hizachi while Tsunade gambled and Jiraiya peeped. Shizune was supposed to take care of Hizachi, but she had to buy some stuff. "I'm hungry. I want ramen," Naruto complained. "Well, you can't. You have to watch me," Hizachi replied. "Just who are you anyway?" "I'm Hizachi Ninmei. And you?" "Uzumaki Naruto." He displayed his trademark grin. "Oh, so you invented the best torture technique." A smile appeared on Hizachi's face. "Best torture technique? Wait, I'm not sure if it was you of Kakashi." He placed a finger on his chin and looked up. "Well, whatever it is, I'm sure I'm the one that invented it." "All right, whatever you say. Listen, I'll go eat ramen. Please don't tell the perverted hermit or granny that I left you, please." "Sure, go ahead." He smiled as Naruto left the room. At the nearest ramen shop, Naruto entered the shop. There were no people because it was only a few minutes after lunchtime. He sat down at the counter and ordered a bowl of ramen. Being outside Konoha meant he had to pay for his food instead of getting it for free. Unluckily for him, this shop implemented the rule, pay as you order. He reached down for his money while the shopkeeper walked towards him with one big bowl of ramen. He handed the payment to the shopkeeper and grabbed some chopsticks. He divided the chopsticks and was ready to dive in when he saw an empty bowl in front of him. "What? Who ate my ramen?" He looked at both sides when he saw Hizachi right beside him. "Sorry, I got hungry." Hizachi scratched his head. "That was my last money. I've been keeping it for emergencies such as this and you take it away as if it was nothing. That's unforgivable," Naruto yelled. It was at times like these that Hizachi thought being in the past was fun. Knowing Naruto's weakness, he immediately put himself into action. "I'll treat you to another bowl." "What, really?" The earlier furious Naruto turned into a harmless child. "Yup." Naruto ordered, gulp, 25 bowls of ramen. Luckily for Hizachi, he's been keeping a lot of ancient money in his wallet. After the food wad paid for, they went for a walk through the city. In the city, Naruto and Hizachi were walking together when they heard a really loud laugh coming from one of the alleys. Naruto immediately recognized the voice and annoyance surfaced. "That perverted hermit, he took my money for things like these." He ran towards the alley. Having no choice, Hizachi followed Naruto. In the alley, Naruto's mouth hung open and so did Hizachi's. Jiraiya was dancing all by himself and his face was red because of alcohol. This brought an idea to Hizachi. "Naruto, do you remember what I told you earlier? The torture technique?" "Yeah, that. I'll show it to you. I'm sure you'll remember it when you see it, and I'm sure you'll snap out of it once I'm done. Just watch closely." "All right." Hizachi disappeared from Naruto's side and reappeared behind Jiraiya. His hand formed a single unfamiliar seal. Naruto watched closely, anticipating the type of move it was. This was the one of the few moments when Naruto was serious. He watched as hard as he could when Hizachi recited the name of the So-Kae technique. 1,000 years of pain. He poked Jiraiya at the a-hole, waking up Jiraiya. "What the heck was that for?" Jiraiya shouted as he held his butt. "Oh, Naruto." "Yes? Time for Plan B? Plan B? We don't even have a Plan A? Just do Plan B." "What is Plan B?" "Run!" Hizachi screamed while zooming past Naruto. "Hey, wait for me." Naruto ran after Hizachi. They ran a fairly long distance from Jiraiya when a large puff of smoke appeared behind them. The wind blew and cleared the smoke, revealing Gamabunta. "We're dead!" Naruto yelled. "I know," Hizachi yelled back. They ran away from a really furious Jiraiya. While running, another piece of history hit Hizachi. "Kage Bunshin is your favorite, right?" "Yeah, so? Let's do it." Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Both of them made a crowd of clones. They split up into lots of pairs. Jiraiya chased every single one of them with his own bunshins, but compared to Naruto's monstrous chakra, he was only able to make a bunch of clones. While he was busy running all the Narutos and Hizachis, The real ones were already outside the town. Well, that was fun. Hizachi landed on his back. That was your idea of fun? We nearly got squashed by Gamabunta. Look on the bright side. We survived. Well, yeah, I guess so. Naruto looked at Hizachi. So, how can you heal yourself extremely fast? Granny said you needed a month to recover. Actually, it's a bloodline limit. When I am not using my eyes, my healing ability is greatly multiplied. Your eyes? Does that mean you had your eyes close when I left? Actually, it's like the Sharingan and Byakugan. I can activate it whenever I want. When it is deactivated, my body absorbs all excess chakra that I have. You have excess chakra? Demon container? No, when I was young, my father gave me a seal. It was a seal that was only given to all members of our clan. What does it do? Each time I use my chakra, the seal replenishes it with twice the amount almost immediately. Since our healing ability only requires chakra and nothing else, it means I can recover without feeling any strain. However, when I use my eyes, I can't use my healing ability and I can get wounded just like anyone and recover just as slow as everyone. Alright. So, what's the name of your bloodline limit? I don't know. I guess I forgot. To be continued. A.N. There, chapter 2 is done. Anyway, I'd like to ask some help. Can anyone give a name for the bloodline limit? It would be dumb of me to keep calling it the bloodline limit, thanks. Chapter 3 A.N. Yo. Thanks for the reviews. Here's chapter 3. Enjoy. For the questions. Yup. Hizachi is in his early 20s. Quite a dude, eh. Shizune was walking up a long flight of stairs towards Hizachi's room. She was carrying a lot of food, mostly for the purpose of shutting up Naruto. She sighed and continued walking. She was probably the person with the greatest patience in all of Konoha. After all, she had to keep up with Tsunade's constant gambling and piles of debts. Now, they were on the way to Konoha for Tsunade to officially become the 5th Hokage. She finally had a huge load off her back. Making Tsunade the Hokage meant a little or no more gambling. This meant she had more time for herself. Then, another thought entered her head. If Tsunade gets off her back, it means that Jiraiya will be her new problem. He would most probably leave Naruto to her while he goes peeping. To her, Naruto isn't really a problem. She just thought that it would be hard to keep up with Naruto, especially with his chakra of titanic proportions. He let out another sigh as she finally reached the room. She knocked softly on the door, but there was no answer. Thinking that Hizachi was probably asleep, she slowly opened the door. She put all the bags on a table and proceeded to wake up Hizachi. She pulled the sheets on the bed and uncovered a log, with a smiley scribbled on it. Attached to it was a note. Shizune, don't worry, it'll take me more injury than that to keep me down for more than a day. Hizachi. P.S. If you really want to see me, I could probably be outside the town with Naruto or at the ramen shop. After reading, she crumbled the piece of paper and threw the log out the window. That idiot. He hasn't fully recovered yet, Shizune shouted while she leapt out the window to look for Hizachi. Incidentally, Jiraiya was resting after exhausting himself in chasing all the bunchins. He was nearly a kilometer away from the inn. But thanks to Shizune's Tsunade-like strength, the log landed right on Jiraiya's head, knocking him out instantly. Outside the town, Naruto was busy snoozing off. Hizachi was staring into the little stream, obviously in deep thought. The Gate of Ages, a jutsu that reverses the flow of time. It requires perfect chakra control. The slightest mistake could send anyone 100 years beyond their destination. I guess desperation made me lose my concentration. He thought, I don't have a jutsu that reverses the Gate of Ages, which means I'm stuck here for a while. I wonder which era the Kyuubi landed into. His chain of thoughts were broken when he sensed a disturbance in the wind. He focused chakra on his right hand, like Kabuto's scalpel, and he disappeared. He reappeared next to the source of the disturbance. He put his glowing hand next to the neck when the person stopped him. Whoa. Relax, Hizachi. It's just me. Shizune raised her hands to surrender. Oh, sorry about that. I guess I just got used to high levels of fighting. Okay. You can put down your hand now, she pointed at his hand. Oh, sorry. He went to a more relaxed position and released the chakra in his hand. My, you recover at such an incredible rate. If not faster, at the same speed as Naruto. You really think so? Yup. She smiled at him and sat on the grass beside the stream. I haven't had the chance to talk to you. Do you mind if we talk now? Sure. Go ahead. Be a skeptic, a critic, a reporter or whatever. He lied down on the grass next to Shizune. Shizune just giggled at his answer. So, what are the two of you doing out here? We got chased by one hot-headed perverted hermit. Master Jiraiya. Why was he mad? 4 words, 1,000 years of pain, he said. Shizune's jaw dropped. That? Well, it's not a wonder that he got mad. Don't worry. Give him a girl and he'll forget all this ever happened. I'll do it myself. A grin appeared on his face. I'll use sexy no jutsu. You can do that as well? Well, of all the Hokage, Naruto's the one I admire the most and, he stopped himself before he revealed even more. What do you mean by Hokage? Naruto's still a genin. Oh, that. Sorry. I just got carried away by the moment. Centuries into the future. The 69th and the 68th were having a discussion about Hisachi's situation. Do you think he used the Gate of Ages? I think so. He may have sent the Kyuubi into the past. Since it's the first time the gate was successfully opened, we don't know its side effects. All we know is both of the Kyuubi and Hisachi are gone. If that was the Gate of Ages, which era do you think did the Kyuubi end up in? Yandaime's era. The Kyuubi here was more powerful than the one in the past. What's your point? The 69th asked. My theory is that the gate sucked a part of the Kyuubi's power, making the fox weaker. It may have landed in Yandaime's time. In short, the Kyuubi here is the same Kyuubi in the past, only weaker because of the gate. In Naruto's time Shizune and Hisachi were still having their little chat. Naruto was still asleep and he was mumbling stuff, mostly ramen. The two just laughed at Naruto. Even when he's sleeping, he thinks of nothing but ramen. Hisachi chuckled. Yeah. They remained silent for a few seconds. Suddenly, they heard a loud grumble, followed by Naruto's personalized alarm clock, his stomach. I'm hungry. Let's go eat. All right, let's go. Shizune stood up. Yeah, come on Naruto. It's Shizune's treat. Hisachi smiled at Naruto. What? My treat? Shizune stood in disbelief. Actually, we both have no money. Jiraiya robbed Naruto and Naruto owed me. That leaves you and Tsunade with money. Knowing her, she probably has no money after gambling. That leaves you. Hisachi pointed at Shizune. I have the worst luck, Shizune sighed. They all walked back to the town to find something to eat. The next day, the three of them found themselves sleeping on Hisachi's bed since Shizune had no keys to Tsunade's room and Jiraiya was doing his usual business. Naruto fell off the bed, leaving the two of them on the bed. Suddenly, the door flew off its hinges and a blonde Sennin stood in its place. Shizune. Wake up. We have to return to Konoha. Tsunade shouted in a voice that was so loud, even the neighbors woke up. Shizune pulled the covers away, revealing her and Hisachi. Shizune, you're fast. Tsunade stated. What do you mean? Shizune asked but Tsunade just pointed at Hisachi's direction. After realizing who she was pointing at, Shizune turned red. Master Tsunade. It's not what you think, she said while pushing Hisachi off the bed, causing him to land on Naruto. What are you talking about? I didn't say anything. I just said you were fast, she said as if nothing happened. Master Tsunade. You pointed at Hisachi. I know it meant something. Calm down, Shizune. I wasn't pointing at him. I was pointing at Jiraiya. She pointed again. Shizune looked outside the window and saw Jiraiya sleeping, with a bubble on his nose. Master Tsunade. Why didn't you tell me what you were pointing at? You never gave me the chance to talk. You already started shouting. Makes me think you are actually guilty. Now that I think of it, it's funny that you defend yourself when no one's accusing you. Tsunade laughed, but Shizune just pouted. After a few minutes sleeping on top of Naruto, Hisachi stood up and blinked his eyes. Yo, Granny, he said, half asleep. Luckily for him, Tsunade wasn't paying attention. Soon after, Naruto also woke up. Ouch. My back hurts. It feels like I fell off the bed and an adult fell on me. He held his aching back. Come on. Move it, you three. We have an entire day of travel today. We have to return to Konoha. May I ask, how long do we have before we reach Konoha? Hisachi finally woke up completely. If we leave within 15 minutes, we'll reach Konoha by sunset, so we're near. Yeah, now move it. Yes, ma'am. The three saluted and started to move. Jiraiya, on the other hand, was still asleep. To be continued. N. I finally finished. Phew, I had to cut it that part because I was starting to run out of ideas. Anyway, I need help again. Can anyone give Hisachi's eyes a name? Preferably one that would be appropriate to its color and capabilities. Thanks. Don't forget to review. Until next time. Chapter 4a. N. Alright. I did what you suggested and came up with a name for his eyes. I also made a few jutsus which are exclusively for Hisachi and teammates only. For the hospital part, it may or may not be same with the TV series, mainly because I didn't have the chance to watch it. I even missed the near collision of Rasengan and Chidori. So I just made this chapter a bit ish. A few hours after they started traveling, Jiraiya was still glaring picks and daggers at Hisachi and Naruto. Tsunade kept telling him to stop acting like a child, but he never listened. Isn't there any way to break the ice around here? Naruto asked. Well, now that you've mentioned it, there is. Hisachi smiled. What is it? Keian harem no jutsu, variable harem technique. Smoke surrounded Hisachi. Upon hearing the word harem, Jiraiya froze in his tracks and waited what would happen. Trying to act tough, he tried to turn around. But before he could even do it, the smoke cleared. Instead of finding a female version of Hisachi, Jiraiya found 3 different females. On the left was Shizune, at center was Anko, and at the right was Kurenai. All 3 were completely nude except for the smoke that covered the sensitive parts. What the heck am I doing there all naked? Shizune pointed at her copy. Hisachi's Bunshin, being the Shizune copy, answered. Sorry. This technique randomly copies any female in this planet who is not more than 10 years older or younger than me. Shizune just stood with her mouth hanging open. Jiraiya, on the other hand, was speechless. His nose was bleeding and blood gushed out. From his nose like water from a waterfall. Naruto was wide-eyed. When he looked at the nude figures in front of him, as far as he could remember, the proportions of the body were exactly the same as the real ones. The smoke covering the sensitive parts was starting to disappear. Jiraiya was already anticipating the moment when all the flesh was visible. Naruto's face was all red while staring when Hisachi decided to dispel the jutsu, leaving him in his original form. Why didn't you stay that way for a bit longer? Jiraiya pleaded. Sorry, but the complete view is for me alone to enjoy, Hisachi teased. Whoa, you gotta teach me that technique sometime, Naruto said. You don't have a Sharingan or a Byakugan, so even if I wanted to, I can't. What about you? You don't have either of those too, Naruto shouted. Well, I do have the Jiningan. It can do whatever the Byakugan and the Sharingan can do, so I can perform this jutsu with no problem. It's unfair, Naruto shouted, but Hisachi knew exactly how to calm him down. Don't get so worked up. I could only do it because you invented the harem no jutsu. Hey, I guess you're right, Naruto put on his copyrighted grin. After an entire day of traveling, Naruto and company finally reached Konoha. Naruto hurriedly ran towards the hospital, dragging Tsunade with him. Jiraiya went to the nearest pub, leaving Shizune and Hisachi alone. Wow, they're fast, Hisachi said. Yeah, so, now that we're here, what do you want to do? I don't know, Shizune. What do you suggest? Why don't we get something to eat? Your treat. In case you don't remember, I still have no money. All right, sure. Whatever you say. They started walking towards the ramen shop. In order for him to learn things faster, Hisachi activated his Jiningan to get a better view of the surroundings. This meant that he could see 360 degrees while seeing through genjutsus at the same time. They reached a busy street when he felt the urge to look at the rooftops. When he did, he saw a blonde ninja with eyes like Naruto, only much older. He stared at Hisachi with a small smile on his face. Hisachi stared back and quietly whispered, "What the heck is he doing here at this point?" In time, Shizune heard this and stopped to ask him, "What did you say?" "Nothing. Just forget what I said." He looked at the rooftop again, but the ninja was gone. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Naruto managed to drag the strongest person in Konoha into Sasuke's hospital room. "Slow down, Naruto. There's no need to rush," Tsunade tried to reason. "I don't care. You have to heal him," Naruto insisted. "Yeah, sure. Just calm down." Tsunade finally slowed Naruto down. Naruto finally let go of Tsunade's hand. She took a seat and tried to think what the problem is with Sasuke. Naruto ate the fruits on the side table. While he was busy munching an apple, the door opened and Sakura came in. "Naruto? You're back?" she asked in disbelief. "Well, of course I am, and I brought a Hokage with me," Naruto grinned. Sakura shifted her gaze to one of the legendary Sennin, who in a few days, will officially become the 5th Hokage. "Are you, Tsunade? One of the Sennin? Who else? And you must be Haruno Sakura. Naruto kept on babbling about you. He said you're the most brutal genin in Konoha," Tsunade said monotonously. "Brutal?" Sakura shouted. "Yeah, probably the most brutal person in Konoha. But I know that won't happen, now that Granny's here." "Shut up, Naruto, before I hit you," Tsunade warned. "All right. But could you let me call you Granny? The third is the only one I call Hokage, mainly because he is one of the few people that looked after me when I was a kid. Besides, he's old." "Whatever, Ramen Boy," Tsunade answered. Outside the hospital, on the rooftops, a blonde ninja was standing, looking down at Naruto through the window. He felt a slight presence near him and waited for an attack. Instead, he got a greeting. "Yo, Yandi. What are you doing here?" Hisachi waved at the fellow Hokage. "You can see me. I know only an Uchiha can see me since I'm using a genjutsu to conceal myself. How did you see me?" Yandi answered. "This." Hisachi pointed at his 3-dotted blue Sharingan, known as the Jiningan. "That looks like a Sharingan, but blue. What is that?" "It's a Jiningan. It's my bloodline limit. Now can you answer my question? Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be dead or something?" Hisachi asked. "I'm not dead. Well, I died for a few days, but my body revived itself. So, why didn't you return to being the Hokage? You know that. Sarutobi died, right? Yeah, I know. I was kneeling right next to him when he took his last breath. He's the only one that knows I'm still alive, so he asked me take care of the other invaders while he took care of Orochimaru. What about your student? Does he know?" "Oh, you mean Kakashi? If he decides to use the Sharingan that Obito gave him, he may see me. But I guess he's just too busy reading the books my master wrote." Yandi sighed. "The perverted hermit's books." "Perverted hermit?" Yandi got curious. "Yeah. That's what Naruto calls him." "I see. How's he doing? I mean Naruto." "Him? Well, I've only been with him for less than a week, but I must say he's hard to understand." "Why is that?" "At times, he's so childish, he could annoy a Hokage. But sometimes, he's mature beyond his years. After all, he's the one that convinced Tsunade to become the 5th. Is that so?" A smile appeared on Yandimi's face. "Tell me something. Why did you put the Kyuubi inside Naruto?" Hisachi asked the question that could only be answered by Yandimi himself. First, I had no jutsu to defeat Kyuubi except for that. Second, I had no other person to put it in. But the most important reason is that I want him to be strong. Putting the Kyuubi in him was the hardest choice I made. Having the liberty to use the Kyuubi's chakra at will. He is definitely a force to be reckoned with. Aside from that, I wanted the villagers to treat him as a hero. A hero in a sense that he was carrying the Kyuubi inside him so that the entire village will not be attacked by it ever again. However, the villagers misunderstood and took their anger out on him. I hated them for that. He already has enough burden on him, but instead of helping him, they ignored him. Yandimi said. Hisachi could clearly see him gritting his teeth. Why didn't you just go and tell them? They won't understand. If they saw me, they'll ask me to kill the Kyuubi. Killing Naruto is the last thing I want to happen. Why don't you just get revenge for Naruto? Revenge is not a good thing. Even I hated them to the utmost level, I can't do that to the people of the village I love the most. So instead, I just watched him from a distance. I don't want to be seen by the people, but I don't want to leave Naruto either. Thankfully, a few people looked after Naruto and some became his friends. There's the third, Iruka, Kakashi, Shikamaru, and even Sasuke. What started as a handful of people back then became too many to count. That makes me happy. Now, he has a lot of people to look after him. Can you answer another question? Sure, I don't mind. Are you, in any case, Naruto's father? Yandimi became silent, but talked in a few seconds. That's for you to decide. After hearing the entire story, I think you know the answer. An even bigger smile appeared on Yandimi's face. Yeah, I do know. Hisachi answered with another smile. Well, I have to go. I'm almost out of chakra and this genjutsu will wear off when that happens. I don't want to be seen. If you want to see me, I'll probably outside the village, recovering my chakra. Alright. I'll go see Naruto. To be continued, A.N. Well, there you have it. I put Yandimi's story during the attack on Konoha. If you remember, all the fathers of the genin were fighting as well. There was Choji's, Shikamaru's and Hinata's father. I just thought that somewhere out there, Naruto's father was also fighting. I'm not pretty sure who his father is, but Yandimi comes closest. Please review. See you next time. Chapter 5a, N. Thanks for the reviews and comments. I'm sure they'll come in handy in future chapters. Since this is an NXIFIC, Ino makes her first appearance. Yay. Anyway, I think some questions should be left unanswered because I would be spoiling the entire story if I answered those. The two ninjas below, I don't know their rank, so somebody please tell me. The sequence of events may or may not be in order and the words aren't exactly the same, so let's just leave it be. Now, on with the story. Oh yeah, for the dude who asked what the freaking weakness was, here it is. I added more things to the original weakness to get the balance. At the Hokage's office, two ninjas were busy trying to open the door, all because Konohamaru locked himself in. They tried opening it by force, but smoke bombs fell from the top of the doors. After a few minutes of hopeless struggles, the cavalry finally came, in the form of the number 1 super hyperactive, the only super hyperactive, genin in Konoha. Konohamaru. Open up this door. Come out. I'll treat you to ramen. Naruto tried negotiating with the sulking Konohamaru. No. This is my grandfather's office. I won't go. Konohamaru shouted. I don't care. Harem no jutsu. Naruto turned into in his female form and tried to seduce Konohamaru out of the office. Come on, Konohamaru. Get out of that office. She said with a wink, but it didn't work. Inside Naruto's head, he could hear crickets making noise. He dispelled his jutsu and raised a fist. Grr. You're so annoying. Kage Bunshin no jutsu. 5 extra Narutos appeared. Let's break down that door. 1, 2, 3. The original Naruto commanded. All of him ran towards the door in an attempt to take it down. The door budged a bit, but one of the traps activated, sending a lot of stuff falling on Naruto. All his bunchins disappeared and left Naruto on the ground with spinning dizzy eyes. That's it. I'm using the technique that the perverted hermit taught me. He started gathering chakra in a ball whirling in every direction. Here it goes. Risang. He was cut off by Tsunade, who pushed him aside. He saw Tsunade move towards the door, and after realizing that she will attempt to open it, he tried to warn her. Hey Granny. Be careful. There are a lot of traps there. Tsunade just ignored him. Instead, she gave the door a punch, but it destroyed the door as if somebody threw a grenade at it. All the other items that jammed the door flew away. Tsunade stood at the doorposts as all the traps for the door activated at once. With quick movement of her hands, she disposed of the traps as if they were nothing. Naruto just stood in awe as Tsunade made her way into the room. Once inside, she started to cut through the remaining trap wires, all the while defending herself with ease. After all the traps were gone, she headed straight for Konohamaru. Seeing how powerful she was to demolish the door and barricade, and to take care of the traps with the least effort, he started to shake in terror. After all, who wouldn't be? An academy student facing off against a senin. Dream on. Konohamaru just braced for impact as Tsunade's hand moved closer, hoping to get all this over as quickly as possible. Instead, Tsunade grabbed one of the books on the shelf and left. Konohamaru let out a sigh of relief, knowing that Tsunade didn't intend to hurt him. A few moments after the incident, Naruto was wandering around when another blonde genin bumped into him, literally. Watch where you're going, OWWW. Naruto winced. You're the one who should be doing that. Ino yelled back. What? And now I'm at fault. Naruto answered. The little argument grew into an all-out verbal war. From atop the rooftops, Hizachi was watching the most immature argument he knew of, aside from his argument with Mizuki. He just sighed and sat on. Suddenly, he felt a presence moving up behind him. He activated his Jiningan and saw that it was none other than Yandi, who was laughing himself. What's so funny? Hizachi asked. The fact that he's having an argument. It makes me happy when he does that. Why are you so happy? It means he has friends. He doesn't argue with anyone except those who are close to him. I don't get it. Hizachi raised an eyebrow. To put it simply, the more you hate the more you love. Get it? All right. I get it. He trailed off and remembered the type of argument he has with Mizuki. This made him turn red. What did you say? Oh, you're blushing. Yandi ignored his question. Does that mean you have this type of conversation with someone else? You're quite old for that. Well, it's not that I want to, but doing it makes me happy, and we both end up laughing. I see, Yandi said as they watched Naruto and Ino finally finish their argument. Naruto and Ino went in opposite directions. The two Hokages stared for a few seconds before Yandi decided to break the silence. I've told you my story. Now it's your turn, Yandi said. Well, all right. But I don't guarantee it to be believable. Try me. A smirk appeared on Yandimi's face. All right. I am Ninmei Hizachi, the 70th Hokage of Konoha. It may be hard to believe, but it's true. Yandi stared at Hizachi's face, trying to get even the slightest clue that he was lying, but he never found any. That means you came from the future. Am I correct? He was surprised but kept a calm expression. Yes. What about the Jiningan? Can you explain to me how you got that? Well, my great-grandmother is a Hyuga and my great-grandfather had the Sharingan. In the future, somebody invented the riskiest jutsu ever. It allows the direct manipulation of the genes, transforming somebody into someone else quite quickly. It was a great technique which broke the walls of bloodlines, but out of countless people that have undergone it, only one survived. Who is the person that survived? My great-grandfather. He has the greatest arrogance in his time, so he said he'll go try it out. When they asked him on how he wanted his genes to be altered, he said he wanted to be like an Uchiha. Since the operation was the only successful one, he had the traits of an Uchiha, which got fused to my great-grandmother's Byakugan. That explains the ability, but why is it blue? Isn't it supposed to be red or white? Or better yet, pink? Pink? That's the last color I'll go for. Anyway, it was supposed to be maroon in color. After all, that's the color of eyes my grandfather and his siblings had. It was my grandmother that contributed the blue-eyed gene into the mix, making the Jineagan. Combining the two most powerful bloodline limits to form a newer one with both capabilities. That makes you pretty much untouchable. Quite, but twice the power means twice the weakness. Like what? Well, I still have the same blind spot that Byakugan users have. In addition, we have the same amount of chakra consumption of the Sharingan and Byakugan users. That means twice the chakra usage. My great-grandfather could only use it for a maximum of 10 minutes. Is that so? Yeah, but my father somehow found a way to override the weaknesses. How? He found a cursed seal in the archives. He modified it so that chakra can be used while being replaced with twice the amount. With that ability, I can heal very quickly, but it returns to normal once I activate my Jineagan because it consumes more chakra. Even if I can replace it with twice the amount, I have limited chakra storage. For the blind spot, well, I don't have a way to make up for it. My great-grandmother never taught us the jutsu to do so. She's from Hyuga, right? Shouldn't she be destroyed by the seal? Oh, that? She's from the main family, and her father's the kindest male ever in Hyuga's history, so she had the freedom to do as she pleases. I understand. I've heard about your grandfather. What about your grandmother? Does she have a similar family background? Yeah, but you won't believe the family that my grandmother came from. Oh really? Let's just see if I don't. She's an Uzumaki. Hisachi stated seriously. Yandaime's eyes widened and his jaw dropped open. An Uzumaki, that means, yup. Hisachi nodded, knowing what Yandaime had in his mind. Yandaime stood up and offered a hand to Hisachi. Come on, Hisachi. Tsunade's going to make the announcement shortly. It's not a good thing to miss it. Hisachi accepted the hand and stood up. Yeah, let's go. Trust me, I know how it feels to be doing that kind of stuff. The two Hokage leapt from roof to roof towards the Hokage building. When they arrived, they say a large group of people gathered at the area. They watched from the roof as Tsunade went her way towards the ledge and removed the Hokage headgear and shouted to the whole Konoha. I am Tsunade, Godem and the new Hokage of Konoha. Next day, Kakashi and Asuma were called at the Hokage's office, leaving both Junins to wonder why. Do you think it's a mission? Kakashi asked while keeping his eyes on his precious. As if. If this is a mission, someone could have told us. Asuma lit a stick of cigarette. You've got a point. But maybe this is a secret mission. Why don't we just wait and see? Asuma and Kakashi opened the door to the Hokage's office only to find Tsunade asleep on her desk. So, should we wake her up? Kakashi put the book in his pocket. That's a good idea. You do it. Asuma slightly pushed Kakashi. What do you mean, me? You do it. Kakashi pushed Asuma. They continued arguing over who should wake up the Hokage when a cough echoed through the room. They both looked at the Hokage, who was now cracking her knuckles. We're dead. Asuma flinched. Hey, look on the bright side. We managed to wake her up. Kakashi grinned through his mask. Tsunade didn't say anything. Instead, she threw punches around and the two Junins had to do everything they can just to evade and keep themselves alive. Eventually, Tsunade calmed down and explained what she wanted. Kakashi. Asuma, I want to do something with your team. Kakashi and Asuma nodded. I want you to switch members. Kakashi's team will have Ino and Asuma's team will have Sakura. Is that really necessary? Asuma asked. Are you questioning my authority? Tsunade slammed the desk. Kakashi just sighed while Asuma felt extreme fear, knowing that any more irritations could mean doom. He simply shook his head and remained silent for the rest of the meeting. To be continued, A.N. I finished this chapter. Finally, anyway, please review and give me more ideas. Oh, and please tell me what 70th would be if 4th is Yandaime. Furthermore, you can stop giving me paragraph improvement tips. I have enough already. What I currently need are fight scene tips. Please help me. I won't be able to start the next chapter without the fight scene tips, thanks. Chapter 6a. N. I think I'll postpone the fight scenes until next chapter. It seems that I just got lost in the road of life. So what I'll do with this chapter is the acquaintance portion for the new Team 7, Kakashi, Ino, Naruto and Hisachi. Sasuke is not in the team because he's still at the hospital. For the pervertress part, there's no such thing. I just made up the words so that there will be an addition to Naruto's weird names. Ehem, now on with the story. In Team 7's training area, Ino was sitting on one of the branches of a tall tree. Naruto was hanging upside down from the tree using his chakra. Hisachi was sleeping right under the tree and Kakashi, as usual, was nowhere to be seen. He said he'll meet us here at 8 in the morning. Naruto jumped down from the tree. Is he always like that? Ino rested her head on her hands. Yeah, but it's unusual for him to be late by half a day. Then, a poof of smoke appeared next to Ino. The female chunin in the smoke set foot on the branch, but the weight was too much for it to bear. The branch broke and both nins fell. Ino fell and was caught by an extremely late Kakashi that just arrived. The female chunin fell as well and landed on top of the sleeping Hisachi, waking him up in the process. Naruto got the worst, having the heavy branch land on him. Are you all right, Ino? Kakashi asked with the same bored expression. Yeah, thanks for catching me, Kakashi-sensei. Ino got off Kakashi's arms. Under the tree, Hisachi was slowly waking up when he felt a pair something round and soft on his face. He opened his eyes and saw Anko on top of him, unconscious, with his face buried in her chest. Whoa. It was all Hisachi said before he turned red. From afar, he could hear Kakashi murmur something behind his mask. Lucky pervert. Kakashi grinned underneath his mask. What did you say? Hisachi's voice came muffled. Finally regaining her consciousness, Anko stared at the face buried in her chest. Who are you? She said, showing no reaction to the current situation. I'm Ninmei Hisachi, appointed as chunin by Godem, he said while fighting to stop the blushing. So you're the Hisachi that Shizune was talking about. She said you nearly got yourselves killed by Master Jiraiya because you delivered the 1,000 years of pawn to him. Well, it's quite a long story, Hisachi continued to blush, which didn't go unnoticed by Anko. Is there something wrong, Hisachi-kun? Anko finally caught up with the reason behind the blush. Well, there's one thing, as much as I'm enjoying it, could you get your breasts out of my face? Hisachi's sweat dropped while a few drops of blood started coming out of his nose. Why? Don't you like it this way? Anko said seductively, accompanied by a wink. Hisachi's face turned from red to crimson. Well, N not E exactly, B but I don't think it's a good thing to do in front of two genins. Hisachi pointed his fingers at Naruto and Ino, who were red-faced themselves. What? Anko leapt off Hisachi and landed on the branch on top of Naruto. Although he was extremely tough for a ninja, Naruto started complaining once Anko got on the log. Hey, Anko-sensei. Get off. You're too heavy, Naruto yelled. What do you mean? Are you saying that I'm fat? Anko yelled back. That's exactly what I meant, you pervertress. What did you call me? She raised her fist and fire burned in her eyes. Whoa, she's mad. Kakashi said. You said it, Ino replied, with jaws hanging open. Anko put down her fist and closed her eyes. She sighed and started to do a few hand seals. Having almost finished with the hand seals, she let out a mischievous smile, but Hisachi's hand grabbed hers before she got to the last hand seal. What are you doing? I was just going to do a little genjutsu, Anko pouted. Judging by the smile that appeared on your face earlier, I'd say that it was a dirty thought. Hisachi smirked. Kakashi, on the other hand, decided to lift the log off Naruto. Geez, I guess I was right, she is a chunin pervertress. Naruto got up and dusted himself. What did you say, you little brat? Anko's eyes flared up again, but Kakashi calmed her down. Stop that, Anko. It would be quite shameful if everybody hears that you fought a genin. Tisk tisk tisk. Kakashi shook his head. Anyway, Naruto turned his face to Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei. You're late. He screamed, pointing his finger at the copy nin. Oh, that? Sorry. There was this dog that had a heart attack. I had to bring it to the vet. After the vet helped the dog, he collapsed and died, so I had to bury him. You and your lame excuses. Naruto yelled again, but Kakashi ignored it and moved on with the conversation. Alright. Listen up. I need the three of you to do something. Naruto, you go to the hospital and accompany Sasuke, he may die of boredom. Why can't it be me? Ino pointed to herself. Stop complaining, Ino, you have the most important duty for today. Kakashi got some seriousness into his face. What is it? Ino asked nervously, seeing Kakashi's serious face. You clean up my apartment. Kakashi let out a big grin underneath his mask. What? Why'd I have to clean up your apartment? Ino protested, nerves appeared on her head. First, I'm your sensei, so you should obey me. Second is that you're a girl. I'm pretty sure you're good with chores. Kakashi pulled a book from his pocket and started reading. Ino could do nothing more but sigh as she started to walk to Kakashi's apartment, wherever it was. Kakashi shifted his gaze to Hizachi, who was currently relieved, thinking that he won't be doing any chores. Kakashi read what his facial expressions meant and burst Hizachi's bubble. Sorry to disappoint you, Hizachi, but you have a chore as well, he smiled. What? No. Hizachi fell on his knees. If only you knew who I really am, then, ha 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 ha. Evil laugh. Relax, it's better than Ino's. Since when did running an errand become better? His eyes narrowed. Since today. You're going shopping. Shopping? If it's for one of your books, I think I'd rather become a missing nin. No, it's not for one of my books. The book I have here is the latest, so I don't need to buy unless the new release comes. Then why'd I have to go shopping? His eyes got narrower. Actually, Kakashi slightly scratched his cheek with his index finger. Shizune asked if I could get 2 people to help her. I thought of getting Junins at first, but only Anko agreed. I also tried the Genins, but all of them were unavailable for today. The Chunins are out on missions and others are at the academy. That leaves you as the only available Chunin. But, no buts, Hizachi. You may be a Chunin, but the Hokage left you under my supervision, so you do as I say. Understood? Yeah, sure. Whatever. Hizachi sighed. If only we were 500 years into the future, I'm pretty sure that I'll send you back to the academy, no matter what your rank is. Ha ha ha. Good. Well, I'm off. Kakashi waved goodbye before disappearing in a puff of smoke. To be continued, A.N. Well, there it is. I made Anko like that to make things a bit more interesting. Anyway, see you next time. Please review and help me with fight scenes. Chapter 7a. N. Alright. Here's the 7th chapter. The fight scenes are quite crappy since I had to improvise. I'm guessing that most of you know how things turned out, so I won't write much of stuff that were in the anime, and I'm not sure if this is what happened, but let's just leave it be. Continued. Shizune and Anko were busy doing some shopping with Hizachi in tow. Their first stop was a ladies' clothing store. This put a slight redness on Hizachi's face since he was the only man inside the store. I think I'll wait outside. Hizachi's sweat dropped. No, Hizachi. You have to come inside with us. Kakashi requested it to the Hokage and she made this a Class D mission for you. Shizune said. Class D? For shopping? You've got to be kidding. Hizachi's jaw dropped. Stop complaining. Didn't you know that we were going to buy some swimsuits? Anko teased Hizachi, giving him an instant nosebleed. Anko. You didn't have to tell him that. Shizune's face turned red. Anko just giggled and dragged Hizachi inside the store. Shizune just followed and sighed. Inside the store, Shizune and Anko got some stuff and loaded them on Hizachi's arms. Do I really have to carry all this? Hisachi's face turned red after looking at all the swimsuits on his arms. Yes, you do. Now stop complaining and let's head to the fitting room, Anko said enthusiastically. Yeah, sure. Hisachi sighed and followed the two ladies. They eventually reached the fitting room with a large notice written on the door, under repair. What? What kind of fitting room will be under repair? Shizune asked. One of the employees came to attend to them. Sorry ma'am, but the Hokage came here yesterday with Master Jiraiya. She caught him peeping, so she punched him, driving him through the wall in the process. She sighed. I guess we have to pick the sizes by luck. Shizune sighed as her arms hung at her sides in dismay. Don't worry. We can try them out here. Anko raised a thumbs up and lets out a big grin. What? Out air? Shizune was obviously in a state of shock. Well, yeah. Aside from the employees, we're the only ones in here. Well, what about Hisachi? Shizune blushed. So that's what you're worried about. Don't worry, I'll handle it. She grabbed Shizune by the shoulders and turned her 180 degrees. She turned and faced Hisachi. Sorry, Hisachi-kun. As much as I'd like to do this in front of you, I'm afraid Shizune's too shy. Anko said as if it was nothing. Hisachi just nodded as his face turned crimson. Anko did a few hand seals and gave a wink to Hisachi before she did her jutsu. Hitoku no jutsu. Concealment technique, and with that, Shizune and Anko visually disappeared. Oh my, they still haven't paid for those, the saleslady sighed. Don't worry, they're still there, Hisachi said when a dirty thought suddenly entered his mind. So, it's a hiding genjutsu, like the one that Yandimi uses. It means that everyone can't see them, except me. A smile appeared on Hisachi's face. Jinnyagan. His Jinnyagan activated, allowing him to see right through the genjutsu. He started laughing hysterically, which scared the saleslady away. After a few minutes, Anko deactivated the genjutsu, turned around and saw Hisachi lying on the ground, unconscious with a bleeding nose. Meanwhile, Naruto was with Sasuke in the hospital room. Eerie silence filled the room. Naruto decided to break the ice, but before he could, he heard the Uchiha mutter something. Fight me, Sasuke said. But, you're still injured. Naruto tried to reason with Sasuke. I don't care, fight me. But, I said fight me Uzumaki Naruto. That's what you want, isn't it? Sasuke raised his voice. A few minutes later, at the hospital rooftop, Naruto's bunchins were right below him as Sasuke leapt up. He performed hand seals in midair when one of the bunchinses appeared above him. It performed a vertical spin and attempted to deliver a dropkick on Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto Renden. Sasuke, however, blocked the attack. He turned around to face all the other Narutos and finished his hand seals. Kaden. Gukakyu no Jutsu. A large fireball descended on all the Narutos, destroying them one at a time or all at once. When Sasuke was about to finish, the flames started whirling around. In the middle of the flames was the original Naruto and his bunchin that immediately disappeared after forming the Rasengan. After seeing this, Sasuke gathered chakra on his left hand, forming the Chidori. Naruto jumped up while Sasuke was diving down towards Naruto. They were on the verge of colliding with each other when Sakura and Ino came out from the door and saw what was about to happen. They ran towards Naruto and Sasuke in an attempt to stop them, but they weren't fast enough. They tried as hard as they could, but it felt as if everything but Sasuke and Naruto slowed down. Naruto's and Sasuke's hands were less than a meter away from each other and the two jutsus were about to connect. Naruto's Rasengan and Sasuke's Chidori were almost touching each other when the real silver-haired Chunin appeared between them, grabbed them by their wrists and hurled them both to the nearby water tanks. Their jutsus connected with the tanks. Sasuke's Chidori drove his arm right through the tank and water gushed out as he pulled his arm while Naruto's Rasengan made a dent. Sasuke saw this and insulted Naruto. That's all it can do. How pathetic. The Uchiha said as he jumped down from the rooftop towards the smaller roofs. I don't know what they're called, at the side of the building. He then heard something. Sei stood silent as he focused on the sound. It sounded like water. He ran towards the corner, and when he saw where it was coming from, his eyes grew wide and disbelief filled his arrogant head. Above him was the tank that got hit by the Chidori, no damage other than the hole he made. Beside it was the tank that got the Rasengan. Aside from the dent that Naruto made, there was a large hole at the back of the tank, and the water that was the source of the sound was gushing. In the future, the 69th Hokage, Tuketsu Arashi, was having trouble with Uchiha Mizuki's request. "Come on, Master Hokage, let me do what I want," she pleaded. "No, the council has already appointed you as the 72nd Hokage. As you know, after the 65th Hokage, the next Hokage will come in pairs, like 66 and 67, 68 and 69, 70 and 71. Since the 71st Hokage, Enku, had to die because he is the only Hokage ever to betray Konoha, it means that Hizachi has no more partner. You, being the 72nd Hokage, will be his partner in the event that Hizachi returns. If he doesn't, you'll have to rule in his place until the next pair comes. We can't afford to have two replacements at the same time," the old man said. Mizuki let out a loud sigh before agreeing with Arashi. "Yes, I understand. I guess I'll just wait for him to come back to me," she said as the drops of tears turned into a full flow. The old man just gave a comforting hug to the young Uchiha. "I'm just hoping that he's still alive. Even if I'm the new Hokage, I'll still continue the search," Mizuki continued, crying. "Yes, that's good, don't give up on him," Arashi said, half secretive, knowing very well that Hizachi was not dead but stuck in a different era. Meanwhile, in Naruto's timeframe, Hizachi was alone on the walls of Konoha, staring into the sky in deep thought when Yandime appeared right next to him. "What's wrong, Hizachi?" Yandime asked. "It's nothing," Hizachi answered, but sadness was clear on his face. "I know something's bothering you. It's clear on your face. You can trust me. After all, you are a descendant of an Uzumaki. That kind of makes me your grandfather, though I must admit it makes me sound old," Yandime said with a chuckle. This brought a small smile on Hizachi's face. "All right, actually, I was thinking about what Mizuki's doing right now. It's been a while since I last saw her." He shifted his gaze directly upward. "Mizuki? Who is she?" Yandime asked. "She's Uchiha Mizuki, my teammate since I was a genin." "An Uchiha, that means that their clan will be revived, but by who? In case you don't know, the remaining two Uchiha are seemingly hopeless when it comes to girls. Itachi is too frightening for girls to handle, while Sasuke's too arrogant to notice the girls around him. I know it's one of them, but I'm not such a good listener to boring history, well, the history that I don't find interesting anyway," Hizachi said as he placed his hands behind his head and leaned on one of the pillars. I know, fight scene sucks. That's because I don't have the slightest idea on making them. Somebody give me pointers. And while you're at it, time to vote. Who do you think should be the starters of the new Uchiha clan? A. Uchiha Sasuke. B. Uchiha Itachi circa Uchiha Obito. WTF? He's dead, please review. Spoilers. Next chapter, Narushino, We, Chapter 8. A.N. Government warning. This chapter may be ish. I didn't remember everything that happened and everything that was said, so I'll make up the scenes. Don't kill me. This chapter comes during the Sakura was knocked out part. Ino was walking near the benches. "I don't know the place. Somebody please tell me," when she noticed her pink-haired friend lying motionless on one of the benches. Fearing the worst, she ran to Sakura's side and felt for a pulse. Getting a small pulse, she sighed and smiled. Her friend was not dead but merely unconscious. Inside her mind ran the same thought over and over again: whoever did this to her will pay. She stood up and looked around. The only other person she saw was wearing a black shirt with a fan printed at his back. Sasuke. I'm sure he saw whoever did this. With that, she ran towards Sasuke. She slowed down beside him and matched his walking speed. Sasuke-kun, have you seen who did that to her? She asked, but she got no response, not even a nod. I'm sure you beat them so bad, they'd wish they weren't even born. Ino punched the air as if it was one of the bad guys. Sasuke still remained silent. He lowered his head a bit. The moonlight, no, not the coughing Anbu, shone on his face, but his hair covered the upper portion of it in shadows. The only visible expression on his face was a frown, but within a few seconds, it turned into a smile. This relieved Ino, but all that was lost as soon as he started talking, in a cold voice. Ino, are you sure you want to know what happened? Sasuke's smile turned into a grin. Why yeah, I guess, Ino stuttered, sensing the coldness in his voice. It was me, Ino. I did that to her, he said as he lifted his head quickly, revealing his killer eyes, small iris and all that other stuff. You're kidding, right, Sasuke? She asked as beads of cold sweat appeared on her face. Why would I be joking? Sasuke's face turned from the evil grin into the cold-blooded, Itachi-like face, without the lines. But Sasuke, you wouldn't do it, right? Ino's face shifted from confused to frightened. Oh, just like that Dobi wouldn't even be a genin? Sasuke yelled. Ino just silenced herself. At first, Naruto was always the weakest, nobody wanted him, everybody hated him, but as we grew, he kept on surpassing me in many other things, even though I'm the sole survivor of one of the most powerful clan in Konoha. Sandaime had his eyes on the Dobi, constantly watching over him. At the academy, even though I was the top in our class, Iruka-sensei would keep his eye on Naruto. Sasuke said, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. But you had a lot of people care for you, right? I'm sure they found you to be more important than him. Ino tried comforting Sasuke. You're mistaken. Even if a lot of people took care of me, I didn't have the most powerful person in all of Konoha look after me. Relax, Sasuke. The Hokage is dead. You're both on the same ground. What do you mean? Even if Sandaime's dead, Godaime's still looking out for him. It makes no difference, Sasuke yelled at her, all the while glaring. Not only that, I may have the famous copy. Ninja teach me the Chidori, but Naruto has one of the legendary Sennin, no, two of them. He learned the Rasengan, the jutsu that was said to be Yandaime's. Not only that, he has already learned to summon. He's already left me in his dust, and recently, when Itachi returned, he refused to fight me and insisted on finding Naruto. Ino stood silent. She pitied Sasuke for the way that he felt, but somehow she knew that everything he said was true. After all, being trained by an elite Chunin is nothing compared to being trained by a Sennin. And that being cared for by two Hokage was nothing compared to being cared for by the entire village. But she was still unable to believe Sasuke's selfishness. She did know that he was selfish, but not this much. Sasuke-kun. Ino trailed off before putting her hand on his shoulders. Sasuke glared at her before throwing her to the ground. Get your hands off me. I don't want to have anything to do with this pathetic village. After what I've seen, I won't be powerful just by sticking around. I'll go out and become more powerful. Sasuke shouted as he started to walk in the opposite direction of Konoha. What? But Sasuke, you can't leave. You'll be a missing nin. They'll send hunter nins after you. She grabbed his arm. I don't care. If that's how I will become powerful, then I'll do it, he said while delivering a punch to Ino's stomach. This caused her to coil up and fall on her knees. Sasuke. She managed to look up with weak half-opened eyes and saw Sasuke glaring down at her. You're pathetic. Just a single punch and you're down. You are a weakling, like all the people in Konoha. He trailed off as he turned around and walked away. Sasuke, don't. Ino stretched her hand and tried to reach him, but he was already too far away until he eventually disappeared into the darkness of the night. Ino's consciousness followed soon. The next day, Naruto was walking around town with the big brother he never had. They had just finished having a ramen eating contest, which Naruto won. The payment was not much of a problem since Hizachi was doing a lot of missions for the past week, including shopping with Shizune and Anko. Geez, I never thought you such a monster at eating. I ate 20 bowls and you ate 30, Hisachi said, with a Hokage-like smile on his face. Me? A monster? You ate 20? That makes you a monster as well? Naruto yelled back. Right. Right. Hisachi said when he noticed someone on the rooftops. It was Yandime, who was, surprisingly, not using any genjutsu. Yandime signaled Hisachi to go follow him before poofing away. What's wrong? Did you see something? Naruto asked as he kept looking back and forth between Hisachi and the rooftops. No, it's nothing. He put on his carefree smile again. Listen, I hate to leave so soon, but I still have stuff to do. It's all right. I'm pretty sure it's important. At least you're not like the perverted hermit. I guess I'll take that as a compliment. Well, see you later. Hisachi waved before poofing away as well, leaving Naruto all alone. With a full stomach and nothing better to do, Naruto wandered around the village. He eventually reached the lake where he first saw Sasuke when they were kids. Looking for some time to get some flashbacks, he ran towards the platform that stretched into the water. When he was near the end of the platform, he saw a girl about his age, wearing purple, in contrast to his orange, and lightly blonde hair on the edge of the lake. He immediately recognized her and ran towards her instead. Ino-chan. Naruto called gleefully, but the girl, who either ignored him or didn't hear him, hugged her knees and buried her face in it. Naruto, after seeing this, knew that she was probably depressed and decided to cheer her up. Let's eat ramen. Naruto shouted, but Ino was still in a trance-like situation. Letting out a sigh of defeat, he sat down next to his teammate and decided, if making her laugh or smile was impossible, he'll just have to share the pain. After all, if you can't beat them, join them. Hey, Ino-chan. What's wrong? He asked. It's Sasuke, he left, Ino said with a barely audible voice. What? Where did he go? He left, to find Orochimaru. What? He left to find the snake hermit. Is he not fed up with old senins? There's already 2 here. There's no need for a third one. He said he wanted to be more powerful, so he left, Ino said, putting a hand on her stomach where Sasuke punched her. Ino, he said when he noticed the pain on her face and the gesture her hand made. What's wrong with your stomach, Ino-chan? Does it hurt? Of course it hurts, you dimwit, Ino yelled at him before returning to her depressed state. He punched me there before he left, and it still hurts. Ino's tears started to flow, unnoticed by Naruto. Sorry. Naruto looked down to the grass below them. All I wanted was to stop him, Ino continued as her sobs became more evident. When Naruto noticed this, he also saw another thing, restraint. She was suppressing her emotions. You know, Ino-chan, there's no need to stop yourself, it's all right. You should cry, while you're still able to. Upon hearing that, she literally crashed into his chest, crying herself out on him. I tried to stop him, I tried to make him stay, I didn't want him to leave. I wanted our team to remain intact, but instead of talking to me properly, he just kept glaring at me. Her crying went down a couple of levels, but she was still crying, she said in between sobs. Ino-chan. Naruto didn't know what exactly he needed to do, but all that changed when he noticed that Ino's arms were already around his neck and her head was rested on his shoulder. He wanted to move her so that he could stand up, but he found out that she was already asleep, after all the crying. Unconsciously, he moved his arms around her waist. This stirred up Ino and woke her up completely. She looked at their position and redness covered both their faces. Naruto, Ino asked, with a few tears still evident on her face. Ino-chan? Naruto asked childishly. To be continued, N. Sorry if the last part sucked, I'm having a close shave with writer's block, anyway. Hisachi's smile is like that of Hokage. From Maiden Sayuki, so I called it Hokage-like, and carefree smile. Please review. See you in the next chapter. Chapter 9a, N. Alright, 9th chapter and still counting. It's a new record. Well, at least for me. 9th chapter, here we come. Continued from last chapter, Ino blinked twice while staring at the equally blushing Naruto. What the? Naruto replied while staring back at Ino, whose face was less than 4 inches away from his. They stared at each other for a few moments, until a silver-haired Chunin poofed out of nowhere and accidentally landed his hand on Ino's head, pushing it a bit until Ino's and Naruto's lips connected. "Sensei, if you're there, help me, I'm doomed." After they stand up, Kakashi thought as he started to have a flashback. Kakashi's flashback: the Hokage wants to see me. I've just been back from a mission. Is she trying to kill me or something? Kakashi thought as he let out a sigh. He opened the oval office of Konoha's, Hokage's office, door. "Hitaki Kakashi. You're late." The Hokage shouted at him as he went through the door. "Sorry. Asuma swallowed his cigarette and I had to bring him to the hospital," Kakashi said as he scratched his head. "Lame excuses, still haven't changed, have you?" Tsunade looked at him with Shikamaru-like eyes. "Yes ma'am," Kakashi said cheerfully, which earned him a sigh from the Godem. "Anyway, Hitaki Kakashi, I have a mission for you. It's a Class B mission," she said with the same, troublesome, expression. "What? I just got back from a Class A mission," Kakashi pouted like a little child. "Don't worry. This mission is within the walls of Konoha." Tsunade lost the Shikamaru expression and let out a Naruto-sized grin. "I don't like that grin of yours. Sensei told me that when you smiled like that, something evil is in your mind." Kakashi took a couple of steps back. "Jiraiya, he was constantly poisoning Yandimi's mind. And that was passed from Yandimi to you. You still think ill of me, don't you?" Tsunade gave him one of her killer glares, making him step back a little further. Master Hokage," Kakashi gulped before changing the topic. "So, what's my mission?" His plan succeeded. The Hokage calmed down and took a seat. "Your mission is to play a matchmaker. You are not supposed to tell anyone about your mission. If you do, I'll hunt you down myself." Tsunade glared as she threw him a scroll. "Other information needed can be found inside that scroll. Now go." Tsunade shouted at Kakashi. "Why yes ma'am." Kakashi saluted before poofing away. End of flashback. When she said Class B mission, I didn't think it would be this dangerous, he sighed as he kept his hand on Ino's head. Ino and Naruto, on the other hand, were blushing madly. After a few seconds of their forced kiss, Ino and Naruto unconsciously let themselves kiss, removing all resistance. "Damn that arrow Sennin. He infected me when we went to get Granny," Naruto thought as he tried to pull away, but to no avail, since Kakashi was still pushing down on Ino's head. "Not good. I'm starting to get used to this. Kakashi-sensei. Get your hands away from my head." Ino tried pulling away, but the Junin's push was too much to overcome. Kakashi was starting to get carried away when an Anbu wearing an orange fox mask with stripes that formed whiskers, and his blonde hair covered by a blonde, appeared next to him. "Kakashi. Stop that. They need to breathe, you know," the Anbu said. Kakashi found himself surprised. Although he did not know who the Anbu was, Kakashi obeyed. Meanwhile, outside Konoha, Sasuke was walking towards the meeting place. Even though he was only walking for less than an hour, he felt the urge to take a nap, and so he did. He rested himself under a huge tree and a few minutes he fell asleep. He started to dream, a weird one. Sasuke's dream. Sasuke saw himself in an empty room. Orochimaru was right in front of him, sitting on his so-called throne, with Kabuto on his right. "Sasuke, do you see this body? This is Itachi's body." Orochimaru smirked. "I can see that. If you're in his body, I'll have to kill you," Sasuke said. "Go ahead. The body that I really want is yours. Sooner or later, if you don't comply, I'll have to tear you to ribbons." Orochimaru laughs like a maniac. "You're in Itachi's body, so technically, you killed the entire clan." Sasuke activated his Sharingan. "So, join me, Orochimaru," seduced Sasuke. Writer gets goosebumps. "Never. You killed my father," Sasuke shouted at him while he prepared his Chidori. Haha, Sasuke. Orochimaru formed a hand seal and dispelled his henge. I am your father. No. Sasuke shouted as the scene faded and he found himself awake, breathing heavily. End of dream. What the hell was that? Sasuke asked himself as he continued his heavy breathing. Back in old Konohagakure, inside the Hokage's office. Tsunade was getting through the 1-meter-tall stack of paperworks on her desk. She paused for a while to rub her forehead. That Hizachi, his request was so weird. I wonder who gave him that idea, to make Kakashi a matchmaker. She thought as she continued her rubbing, when she suddenly heard the window open. Sensing someone else in the room, she stood up and tried to pinpoint the intruder, if there was any. She waited for an attack for a few seconds, but there was none. She sat down while keeping caution when an Anbu with a Kyuubi mask appeared in front of her desk. Who are you? What are you doing in my office? She asked the Anbu. Your office? The Anbu chuckled. Taking this as an insult, Tsunade threw her chair at the Anbu, who dodged it with ease. Who are you? Tsunade yelled at the Anbu. Relax, Granny, that's what Naruto calls you, right? The Anbu smiled beneath the Kyuubi mask. So what? And what's with that mask? Tsunade finally calmed herself down. Oh, this? Nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. The Anbu nodded a few times in agreement with himself. You still haven't answered my first question. Identify yourself. The Godem ordered the Anbu. Fine, if you insist, but promise me that you won't freak out or shout after I remove my mask. All right. Tsunade stared at the Anbu. The Kyuubi masked Anbu first removed his hood, exposing his spiky golden hair. Godem gasped at the sight of this. What the? It can't be, Naruto's the only shinobi with that hair. Then, the Anbu removed his Kyuubi mask, exposing his face and blue eyes. This caused Tsunade to gasp again and her eyes widened in shock. Yandime? The Godem asked, her voice almost squeaked from the surprise. Her voice was so loud that the birds outside the building got frightened and flew away. Yandime flinched and fell to the floor. You said you won't shout, Yandime yelled at Godem. Why wouldn't I? You're supposed to be dead, Godem yelled back. Yandime tried retaliating, but found himself at a loss of words. Anyway, did you do what Hizachi requested? Yandime leaned on the wall. Yeah, so? What's so important about that? Godem sat down and took a box of pretzels from her drawer and started eating. Well, to tell you the truth, it was my idea. I thought that Naruto would really need a girlfriend right now, especially when he's about to have a huge emotional breakdown. You set up your own son. Unbelievable, Godem shook her head. What can I say? A father's got to do what a father's got to do. Yandime let out an Uzumaki smile. In contrast to Guy and Lee's nice guy pose. Where have you been all these years? Did you know that Naruto can eat as much ramen as you do? Really? Well, I guess it's our bloodline limit, Yandime started laughing. You haven't answered my question. Where have you been? Tsunade glared at Yandime. Well, Yandime said, while scratching his head and swaying heavily. To be continued, A.N. Well, that's hat, please review. See you next chapter. Chapter 10 A.N. Well, here's the new chapter, that's all. Continued. So, where have you been? Tsunade asked while she raised an eyebrow. Well, after the Kyuubi attacked, there was this old lady that asked me to help her get to another continent, and after a decade of walking, we eventually got there. Then, once I came back, a black cat crossed my path. It stayed there and I waited until it left, but it didn't. After a few days of waiting, I found out that the cat was already decaying. Yandime let out a little smile. Tsunade's eyebrow twitched after hearing the somewhat familiar excuses. So that's where Kakashi and Obito got their excuses, she thought as a nerve appeared on her forehead. Anyway, Yandime continued, after I buried the cat in the desert near Sanagakure, I tried to get back here, and that was when I got lost in the road of life. You and your lame excuses. You were probably the person that taught Obito and Kakashi how to make excuses. Tsunade growled at him, putting a fist in front of his face. Ehehe. Yandaime's sweat dropped. Now tell me, where have you been? Seriously. Tsunade sat down on the table, since she just threw her chair out the window. After the fight with the Kyuubi? Yandaime got seriousness written all over his face. Yes, that jutsu you used, it guarantees death to its user, so how the heck did you survive? Actually, Yandaime put a finger underneath his chin. I really died, and the death god actually gobbled up my soul. But after 10 hours, he threw up and returned my soul to my body. He said my soul tasted like ramen and that ramen is the last thing he would eat. Yandaime giggled at the face of the death god throwing up after eating his soul. Are you serious? Tsunade asked Yandaime with a huge amount of disbelief. Dead serious. Yandaime stared at Tsunade, making sure his point got through. All right. Now that you're here, I can finally return to gambling. Tsunade jumped around the room like Naruto after passing to be a genin. Well, sorry to burst your bubble, Granny, but since the 4th Hokage is officially dead, you are the only Hokage left. He looked at Tsunade with a sly grin. Tsunade was about to retaliate when a loud voice echoed through the halls. The voice of a certain Ero Sennin. Tsunade. I need cash. Jiraiya shouted as he ran into the office. Once inside, his brains turned upside down, his jaw dropped, his eyes widened, his fingers twitched. He was extremely surprised. Oh, hello, sensei. Yandaime greeted him with the Uzumaki grin. WTF? Jiraiya turned pale. What are you doing here? You're supposed to be dead. He points a finger at his former student. Well, I'm still living and breathing, he said with a slight grin, but his eyebrow twitched a bit. I at sea can't be, are you, like the ghost of Christmas past? Jiraiya trembled and goosebumps appeared on him. Look, sensei, I can explain. He tried to get nearer to Jiraiya. Wait. Don't get near me. I promise I won't peep anymore. I'll stop writing perverted novels. Jiraiya pleaded. Don't. I read those. Yandaime pulled out his copy of Icha Icha Paradise. Meanwhile, near the lake, Hizachi and Kakashi were sitting next to each other. Hey, Kakashi-sensei. Shouldn't they realize by now that you already stopped pushing at Ino's head? Hizachi sat awestruck. Well, I guess, it's been a good 5 minutes since I removed my hand and they're still at it. Kakashi was awestruck as well. Hizachi approached Naruto and Ino. He knelt down beside them and smiled. Naruto, Ino, Kakashi's been gone for 5 minutes and you're still kissing each other. Upon hearing this, Naruto and Ino blushed heavily as their eyes widened. They pushed each other away and got a comfortable space between them. Well, they finally decided to stop kissing each other. Kakashi let out a little giggle. Actually, I thought they were getting to the point of no return, Hizachi said while smiling. Kakashi looked at him a bit puzzled. What are you talking about? Kakashi asked. You read those perverted books every time. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Kakashi sat down and thought for a few moments, until a thought entered his head and hit him like a brick flying at Mach 5. Oh, so that's what you meant. Kakashi's face became quite red after thinking of what might have happened. While they were still having their little conversation, Naruto and Ino couldn't help but listen to what the two adults were talking about. Their faces became red as the DHL trucks and they looked down on the ground as they immersed themselves in deep thought. Inside Ino's head, what just happened? First, I was crying, and then the next thing I knew, we were kissing. Damn that Kakashi-sensei. He pushed my head downwards. Out of nowhere, another Ino appeared inside her mind. Stop blaming other people. I'm sure you enjoyed every single second of what happened. Another Ino. Who are you? She asked her twin. I'm the inner Ino, like Sakura's inner Sakura. Her mental twin replied. Like Sakura? No, she infected me with her virus. I shouldn't have entered her mind. Now I have a big forehead virus. Inside Naruto's head, what just happened? first, she was crying, and then the next thing I knew, we were kissing. Damn that perverted Junin, he pushed Ino's head downwards. Stupid kid. I'm sure you loved it, the Kyuubi said. Shut up, you old fox, quit messing with my head, Naruto retaliated. There's no reason to hide. You're the only one that could hear me. Come on, don't be shy, the Kyuubi said with a somewhat childish tone. Shut up. If you don't, I'll send a demonic hound after you, Naruto pointed a finger at the fox. How do you plan on doing that? You can't stuff a hound through your ears, a demonic laughter followed. It's my head. I could imagine a hound into existence, Naruto shouted at the greatly feared Kyuubi. Let's just see about that. No dog can beat me, the Kyuubi used his very own foxy grin. Alright, here it goes. Naruto sat down in front of the Kyuubi. He thought until he got to the point where he was about to pull his hair off. The Kyuubi laughed at him after seeing Naruto's desperate effort. He continued laughing but stopped when he heard a growl behind Naruto. Two glowing eyes soon followed. What the? Behind Naruto appeared a large, extremely large, version of Akamaru. Naruto grinned with pride while the fox just sweat dropped. In case you didn't notice, that is not a hound. That's Kiba's freakin' dog. I know. I don't know what a hound looks like. I just read about it in books. You're so stupid, the fox sighed. I don't care. Come on, all this for just what happened earlier. You're so immature. I still don't care. Naruto sat down and crossed his arms. Then, some sick idea entered the Kyuubi's mind. You won't tell me? Fine. That just makes you a coward then. A coward that is not fit to be a Hokage, and here I was thinking of numerous ways to help you in your dream. After all, if you try to chase your dream and you die in the process, I'll die with you as well. That's the last thing I want to do. I'm too young to die. Too young to die? You're centuries old. For demons, it's still early adulthood. Whatever, old fox. So, are you going to tell me? No. The next day, Kakashi and Hizachi were called into the Hokage's office. Shizune greeted them at the door before letting them in. Kakashi walked in, followed by Hizachi and Shizune. Master Hokage, why did you call for us? Hizachi asked, finally getting used to calling Tsunade in that manner. As you know, we have an incredible shortage of ninjas here in Konoha. Earlier this morning, Naruto and Shikamaru asked for permission to take a Class A mission. I granted them their mission and they are currently going after Sasuke. What? You can't be serious. Kakashi nearly dropped his mask with the surprise he got. I'm not joking. Right now, some of them may already be engaged in combat. Pretty soon, this Class A mission will become a Class S mission, Tsunade said monotonously. Kakashi, on the other hand, went on his way towards the window. Where do you think you're going? Tsunade asked with a touch of strictness. I'm going after them. Those two will kill each other. With that, he leapt of the window before the Hokage could say, wait. That was fast, Hizachi remarked while scratching his head. As for you, Ninmei Hizachi, the Yondaime talked to me last night. He told me all about you. Tsunade's face lightened up a bit. He did he? Hizachi chuckled. Yes, he said that you have exceptional skill and that you should be promoted to Junin as soon as possible. That's nice. He faked a smile. Exceptional skill? He hasn't even seen me fight yet? It is. Therefore, by the power invested in me by the council and the people of Konoha, and by the referral of Yondaime Hokage, I hereby promote you to Junin level. She took a darker vest from her drawer and throws it at Hizachi. That's your new Junin vest. Wear it with pride. Hey. Thanks. Hizachi faked another smile. I don't need to be a Junin. I'm Shichijudame Hokage for Konoha's sake. Anyway, he only told me after Jiraiya left, so he would most probably be surprised to see you in a Junin vest. I see. I guess I should get going. Hizachi waved but was suddenly stopped by Tsunade. Wait. You still have a mission to do. Tsunade threw a stare at him. What kind of mission? Hizachi turned around to look at Godem. A Class S mission. You can take a Junin of your choice with you. All you have to do is to locate Otogakure, since out of all the hidden villages, it is the only one that is truly hidden. Get what I mean? Yeah, I hear you. Hizachi said lazily. You will leave tomorrow morning. In a few days, Jiraiya will go after you, so you have to leave some sort trail behind you, understood? Yes. Very well, you may leave. With that final word, Hizachi disappeared in a puff of smoke. A.N. There, I am in the 2-digit chapter zone. Wish me luck, anyway. Here's another question. Who should accompany Hizachi on his mission to find Otogakure and why? Shizune Anko, it would be better if you could give me a list of their jutsus, so as to make the next chapter more Naruto-like. Please review. Chapter 11a, N. Alrighty, due to higher amount of votes and good reasons, I think I know who Hizachi's partner would be, but you'll have to read to find out. Anyway, I don't think I'll insert the Sasuke's retrieval part, since there's nothing about it that I would change. Instead, I'll insert Hizachi's mission and everything else that happens in Konoha while Naruto and company are in their mission. After poofing out of the Hokage's office, Hizachi wandered around town, with hands behind his head and acting as if he hasn't the slightest care of the world. Inside his head, carefree, was the last thing that could be found. I wonder who would want to go with me, he chuckled a bit. Even Junins would wet their pants if they were sent to search for Otogakure, he sighed. From behind him, he heard a slight giggle. He turned around and saw that it was none other than Shizune. Hi, Hizachi. Shizune smiled at him while walking towards him. Hello, Shizune. He greeted, with a Shikamaru expression evident on his face. Shizune noticed this and decided that it would be the best option to pry the answers out of him. What's with the troubled face? Is there a problem? She said as she put her hand on his cheek. Well, it's not something that I would call a problem. Hizachi answered with a small smile. Then what is it? She asked, putting down her hand. I need to find a partner, a Junin partner. The trouble is that most Junins are out on missions. He sighed for the second time. A Junin partner, that's hard to find. So, what's your mission? I need to find a partner and we need to find Otogakure. He sighed for the third time. Otogakure, does that mean you may have to face Orochimaru? I guess. Now that makes matters worse. Given the fact that we are short on Junins, and add to that the fact that there is a possibility of engaging Orochimaru in combat, I'd say the chances of finding a teammate would be near to zero. She smiled at him. Hey, wait a minute. He turned and faced Shizune. You're a Junin, aren't you? Why don't you come with me? In level, I am a Junin, but I am also the Hokage's personal assistant. I have to help her with the management of stuff here in Konoha, especially when our fighting force is spread paper thin. I knew it. This is mission impossible. Hizachi's shoulders dropped and his arms hung at his sides. Chill out, Hizachi. I'm sure you'll find a partner. She smiled at him and gave him a slight pat in the back. Right. Thanks. He grinned at her and puffed away. Elsewhere in Konohagakure, Hizachi appeared in a puff of smoke above Yandimi's stone head. He sat down before lying down. He was getting to the point where he was about to fall asleep when someone suddenly poofed next to him. In case you didn't know, I really hate it when someone sleeps on my head. Yandimi chuckled before lying down next to Hizachi. Really? Then what are you doing? Hizachi sat up and faced Yandimi. Quit complaining. This is my head. I'll do whatever I want. Yandimi laughed out loud. After a few seconds, Hizachi joined in. However, Yandimi suddenly stopped and asked Hizachi to remain still. What's wrong? Hizachi asked. I think someone's coming. How do you know? Intuition. Just check up on it, would you? Right, Jiniagan. 3 dots appeared on Hizachi's blue eyes and he looked around with his 360 degrees vision. What do you see? Yandimi asked while performing the hand seals for his hiding jutsu. It's Anko. Hurry up, Gramps. Hizachi transformed from calm to panic-stricken. I'm on it. I'm almost done. After the last seal was done, Yandimi disappeared into thin air, but Hizachi raised an eyebrow. What the? You're still visible, Hizachi yelled at his ancestor. Idiot! Your Jinnyagan is activated. It's clear that you could still see me. Yandimi raised his fist at Hizachi. Right. Right. Just leave already. Anko's senses are above average. She'll sense you even if you use genjutsu, Hizachi said while trying to push Yandimi away. Hey, there's no need to push me away. I can get away by myself. Yandimi got himself a decent distance away from Hizachi before he disappeared in a poof. By the time Enko arrived, Yandimi was already long gone. Hi there, Hizachi-kun, Enko waved while decreasing her distance away from Hizachi. Hello. Hizachi gave a little wave. What are you doing here? I should ask you the same question. Hizachi narrowed his eyes and grinned at Enko. Enko stared back at Hizachi and noticed his newer, darker vest. So, you've been promoted to Chunin, she said while giving a slight tug to his vest. Yeah, it's so troublesome, Hizachi sighed and sat down. Why? You should consider yourself lucky. Extremely few people get promoted to Chunin without a test. In my case, I need to find a partner for my mission. The Hokage said that I need to find a Chunin partner. A Chunin partner? I'd love to help, but I have a mission today as. Well, anyway, what's so important with this mission that you'll have to find a Chunin partner? For all I know, even Class A missions can easily be handled by a single Chunin. Well, my mission is a Class A, but there is a possibility of it turning into Class S. She even said that the perverted hermit will follow, so I have to leave a track. Even Jiraiya is going. What kind of mission is this? Enko asked, her eyes widened in surprise. We have to find Otogakure, Hizachi said, void of emotion on his face. What? Otogakure? Enko shouted and flinched. Yeah, and the mission could easily become Class S, especially if Orochimaru decides to fight us. Shimaru, Enko whispered under her breath, her fists tightened at her sides. What's wrong, Enko? Hizachi asked worriedly. WLL, it's, Enko hesitated for a while, but shook her head and answered him, it's nothing. Are you sure? Hizachi tilted his head a bit to the right. Yeah, don't worry about me. Enko nodded slightly. So, can I, come with you in this mission? But, I thought you still have a mission. I do, but I have a score to settle, Enko said, with anger showing up on her face. I understand. I guess I should go tell Granny. She did say that I can pick any Chunin. He smiled at her. Gee, Granny? Enko's face got twisted with astonishment and disbelief. He calls the Hokage Granny? Yeah, Naruto somehow infected me with his habit. He chuckled a bit. I'm starting to see it, Enko giggled. Anyways, I have to go now. I still need to inform Granny. He waved while walking away. Wait. She took a grip on his shirt. I'll come with you. All right, Granny, here we come. A little later, at the Hokage's office. What? You're taking Enko? Tsunade screamed as she hit her table, driving it halfway through the floor. Yeah, Hizachi said while wiping his sweat. I'm doomed. Idiot. Who told you to pick a Chunin who has a mission? Tsunade stomped on her half-buried desk, driving it through the floor completely, and landing on some unlucky person in the floor below, who in this case is none other than Ero Sennin. I don't think getting angry is a good habit. After all, you're the one who said that I can pick any Chunin I want. Hizachi raised his hands and hoped for the best. Well, I guess you're right. All right, you can go. Tsunade waved her hand and shooed them away. Hizachi and Enko left the office and went off to start their mission. Tsunade, on the other hand, peeked down through the hole and saw Jiraiya's limbs emerging from underneath her table, with a little twitch every now and then. Hey, pervert. Are you all right? Tsunade yelled downwards. Why yeah, aside from a broken ribcage, a broken skull, massive internal bleeding and a broken nose, I'm perfectly fine. Jiraiya replied while raising a thumbs up with his trembling right hand. I see. Well, I'll see you later. Tsunade smiled and waved at Jiraiya before she walked out of her office. Wait, you old hag. Help me here. I need immediate medical attention. Are you listening? Wait. Jiraiya shouted from underneath the table, not realizing that Tsunade has already left him. To be continued. A.N. May Jiraiya's soul rest in peace. Not. He's probably too perverted that even death would refuse him. Besides, Orochimaru will be playing a little prank on Jiraiya, so he won't die. Please. Review. I need inspiration. Chapter 12 A.N. Well, here comes the Onikage. That's what I'll be using in referring to Orochimaru's position in Otogakure. Whatcha think? Anyways, if you can't visualize Hizachi's attire, you may want to check Arashigakure in Yahoo groups. I drew him and some of the other characters mentioned in this story. The following events are so that it would be different, but the ending is the same. Outside the gates of Konoha, Hizachi was facing towards the outer areas of Konoha when Anko showed up behind him. Hizachi, are you ready? She asked while giving a slight pull on his left shoulder. Yup. Shall we go? Hizachi grinned with the Uzumaki smile. Yeah, Anko nodded and smiled at him, but before she knew it, Hizachi was already ahead of her and running. She sighed and prepared to run when Hizachi suddenly poofed next to her. I forgot to ask, which direction are we going again? Hizachi chuckled while scratching his head. Well, it is said that Otogakure is located somewhere in the north, while others say that it is in the west. In short, it's northwest. Hizachi points at the said direction. I didn't say it's northwest. I said that it could either be at the north or the west. Anko yelled at Hizachi. All right, you win. Where do you suggest we go? Hizachi asked Anko. North. Anko's imaginary light bulb lit up. Right. Then north it is. Hizachi points towards the north and started marching. Anko followed right after Hizachi. Inside Otogakure, in Orochimaru's room, Kabuto, what's taking them so long? Where is Sasuke? Orochimaru impatiently asked while tapping the fingers of his new body on a chair. Be patient. Sasuke's already running in this direction. He'll probably be here this afternoon or tomorrow morning. Kabuto continued with his PC works. What about the retrieval team? Are they still following Sasuke? No, only Naruto is on his trail. The Hyuga and the Fat Kid are already out. So are Jirobo and Kidomaru. The Inuzuka Kid and their chunin leader are currently fighting Saken, Yukon and Tayuya. Kimimaru is currently fighting the Taijutsu Genin. I see, those are some interesting kids. I wanted to see how powerful they will be when they grow up, but I don't think they'll even live after their fights. Orochimaru chuckled. But they just might make it. A few kilometers away, there were sightings of the Godem Kazekage and his siblings. Kazekage? Well, an ally turned foe, Orochimaru smirked. It's hard to imagine, but because of the Fox Kid, the Sand and the Leaf are allies. I don't care if they're allies. All I care about is Sasuke. Where is he? Orochimaru hissed. He's on his way here. Let's just hope Ramen Boy doesn't stop him. Ramen Boy? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, if he had one. Meanwhile, on the waterfalls with the two ninja statues, Naruto was knocked out cold by Sasuke. Even though Naruto released a titanic amount of power and chakra, he was fighting based on instinct, making him unstable. Using this opportunity, he was able to defeat Naruto. Now, he was slowly walking towards Naruto's unconscious body with the Chidori gathering strength at his hand. A few more steps and he started running towards Naruto. When he was about to attack Naruto and finish him off, a ball of whirling chakra called Rasengan collided with his Chidori, driving him a few meters backwards. Sasuke recovered from the blow and stood up straight. He stared in front of him and saw an Anbu wearing the orange Kyuubi mask with a hood that covers the rest of his head. That jutsu, it's the same one that Naruto uses, Sasuke whispered to himself and clenched his fist. Even though it was a whisper, the Kyuubi Anbu heard it. You're right, it is the same jutsu that Naruto uses. Try as hard as you want, but it will take you ages to learn it, and eons to master it. The Anbu pointed a finger at Sasuke, which, of course, pissed him off, big time. What do you mean? I have the Sharingan. I can copy any jutsu I want. Sasuke shouted at the Anbu. Let's just see you try. Even the Sharingan won't help you. The Anbu chuckled, further insulting the Uchiha. Popping the last nerve, Sasuke became so annoyed, he was willing to take on an Anbu in a one-on-one fight. Let's test that, shall we? Sasuke asked arrogantly, forming a Chidori. He proceeded and ran towards the Anbu, where he met an even more powerful Rasengan. Don't be so arrogant. Kakashi said that you could only use the Chidori at a maximum of 3 times. This is the 4th time. No matter how good you are, you won't get a full Chidori for the 4th time, the Anbu said. The struggle was on. Sasuke's Chidori was starting to blink away while the Anbu's Rasengan just kept growing more powerful, but less stable. Chakra started shooting out of the sphere, and one bit of chakra, by chance, hit the Anbu's mask, cracking it, and eventually, the mask shattered. The Anbu quickly jumped away from Sasuke and vice versa. Sasuke got a good long look at the Anbu's face before his mouth gaped wide open. Step aside. I have to finish him, Sasuke yelled at the Anbu. I don't think I'll let you do that to him. Try and kill him, and you'll find yourself in the ICU. The Anbu chuckled while sitting down in front of Naruto. What? You dare protect that dobi? Stand aside. I need to kill him. I need to do it in order to kill Itachi. No way. I'll give you 3 choices. 1. Return to Konoha in one piece. 2. Be brought to Konoha in pieces if you try to kill Naruto. 3. Go wherever you want to go and leave Naruto alone. You're making me lose my patience. Stand aside or I'll kill you. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Do you really think you'll stand a chance against a Hokage? What are you talking about? Sasuke's face got filled with confusion. Then, let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, a demon attacked a certain leafy village. The Yandimi Hokage fought the demon and sealed it into his newborn son. More than a decade later, the Yandimi Hokage is defending his son against a small fry, the puny Uchiha Sasuke. The Anbu, or should I say Hokage, let out a sly smile. Why Yandimi Hokage? Sasuke stuttered in disbelief. What? You don't know me? I've got an extremely large face up on the mountain and you don't know me? How pitiful. Yandimi shook his head. So, what's your choice? If I go back to Konoha, I won't be able to kill my brother. If I kill Naruto now, I'm toast. I just have to go to Orochimaru. Sasuke thought while maintaining his guard, although it would be a complete waste since he's against a Hokage. Well, what's your decision? Hokage smiled at Sasuke. Damn, Sasuke whispered before turning tail and ran. I guess he chose the third option. Yandimi sighed as he took a look at Naruto. Oh my. You're as reckless as your father, aren't you? He chuckled before poofing away. A few seconds later, Kakashi dropped down next to Naruto, with a disappointed expression evident on his only visible eye. Sorry, I'm too late, Kakashi said while picking up the forehead protector that Sasuke threw away before Yandimi arrived. He then proceeded to carry Naruto on his back before heading back to Konoha. The next day, Hizachi and Anko decided to rest for a bit under a really huge tree. Hizachi lied down and closed his eyes. A little later, he felt something warm on top of him. When he opened his eyes, he saw Anko up to her tricks again. What are you doing? Hizachi asked while staring at Anko's breasts that were squeezing his face. What? Did you forget? I'm just picking up where we left off. Anko gave him a wink. Hizachi blinked and blushed. So, should we? Anko seductively asked, while moving her face millimeters away from Hizachi's. Well, we're currently on a mission. I don't think it's a good idea. Beads of sweat dropped from Hizachi's face. Come on. It won't take more than 2 hours, Anko insisted. But still, don't you think things are going a bit too fast? Hisachi's voice squeaked with all the tension. Before Anko gave her answer, both of them sensed incoming trouble. What? Why does it always get interrupted when the fun part comes? Anko sighed as she pulled a pair of kunai out. Well, let's worry about that later. Right now, we have trouble. What kind of trouble? Wait, Jinnigan. He activated his bloodline limit. Immediately, 3 additional dots appeared on his eyes. Jinnigan? I've seen you use it, but I don't know what it's capable of. Care to inform me? Sure. It gives me a 360 vision, but only 3/4 the range of the Byakugan. It also has the same capabilities as the Sharingan, so genjutsus won't work on me. Sharingan. That means you were looking at us when we bought those swimsuits. I used a genjutsu, and you can see right through a genjutsu. Anko yelled while blushing a bit. Well, I can explain. Hisachi scratched his head while blushing. It's not a matter of who's coming, it's a, what? Alright, what is it? Anko asked while reaching for her kunai holster. I get the feeling that you're about to find out. Hisachi looked directly upward. Anko followed and looked up as well. A few seconds later, a Gamabunta-sized cat with 2 tails leapt above them. As it passed above them, storm-strength winds blew in the same direction. What the heck was that? Anko started to panic in the slightest manner. I think that was the nibby, Hisachi said while jumping upward towards the forest canopy. From its current heading, I could say that it's heading straight for Konoha. What? More than a decade ago, it was the Kyuubi. Almost a year ago, it's the Shukaku. Now it's the Nibby no Neko, Anko said while following Naruto to the canopy. So, what do we do? Should we proceed with our mission or turn around? Hisachi asked while turning to face Anko. I think you should decide. You are our team leader. Anko pointed a finger at Hisachi. Well, Hisachi cupped his chin to think for a while. I think we have to head back. Are you sure? Well, what about our mission? Our mission can wait. Right now, Konoha's safety is our first priority. Let's go back. Worry was written all over Hisachi's face. All right, it's your call, but you'll do the explaining to the Hokage. Anko smiled at Hisachi. That could be arranged. Hisachi smiled back. Shall we go? Anko nodded her head. Then, they started to reverse their journey and went on their way to Konohagakure. Back in Konoha, inside the Hokage's office, an Anbu poofed into the room. What are you doing here? Aren't you out on a mission? Tsunade growled at the Anbu. Yes, I am, Master Hokage, but I have an urgent report to deliver. The Anbu bowed a bit. All right. Tsunade sighed. Report up. Why yes. The Anbu coughed to clear his throat. We spotted the Nibby no Neko a few kilometers away from Konoha. One of us suggested that we stop it, but since it is virtually impossible, our team is currently slowing it down. Our leader sent me to report this matter. Very well. Call all chunin and junin to the front of the Hokage Tower. I have to make an important announcement. You also have to find the other Anbu leaders. Tell them to take their team out and slow that thing down. Yes, Master Hokage. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A small crowd of Anbu Bunshins appeared and poofed out of the office. A little later, outside the Hokage Tower, a crowd of junins and chunins gathered in front of the tower. Above them on the balcony, Tsunade ordered on the top of her voice. Listen up. The Nibby no Neko has been spotted a few kilometers outside Konoha. Currently, a small team of Anbu is slowing it down, but as far as I know, they may already be dead. She paused for a while. Murmurs and whispers erupted among the crowd. Silence. Tsunade shouted, gaining herself the silence she wanted. Anyway, I have a mission for all of you. All junins are to form a line of defense outside Konoha. Once the line of defense is completed, all the Anbu that are currently on their way to slow that thing down will join the defense. All chunin are to head out in different directions. You have to recall all junin and their teams back to Konoha. Some of you should also head for Sunagakure. Tell them that we need immediate assistance. Am I making myself clear? A shout of affirmation erupted from the crowd. Soon, silence crept in and all of them disappeared in a poof of smoke. Tsunade went back into her office when she found Naruto sitting on her desk. "Ramen boy. What are you doing on my chair?" Tsunade shouted. "You called for me. I got so tired of waiting that I wanted to try sitting here." Naruto grinned at Tsunade. She just sighed at him and gave him a small smile. "All right. You can sit there." "So, Granny, why did you call me?" Naruto asked. Tsunade, being Tsunade, was already accustomed to Naruto's constant name calling, so it didn't bother her when he called her Granny. Actually, the nibby was sighted outside Konoha and the ninjas except Genins are on their way. You, however, are an exemption. Uzumaki Naruto. "Why yes?" Naruto stuttered, sensing fatal trouble up ahead. "You will be our last line of defense. If all ninjas fail, Jiraiya and I will take care of that monster. If, for some reason, we fail, you and the Kazekage have to stop it." "You mean Gaara?" "Yes. When it's your turn to fight, don't hold back. If possible, fight as the Kyuubi. I'm pretty sure that Gaara will let the Shukaku take over in the worst-case scenario." "Letting loose the Kyuubi and the Shukaku? Isn't that far more dangerous than the nibby?" "Under normal circumstances, it is twice as dangerous. However, these are not normal circumstances. As Lee reported, he said you became the Kyuubi in your fight with Kimimaro. Seeing that you still have some degree of control, you should maximize your transformation. With Gaara, you only need to wake him up. After the Kazekage told me of what happened at the chunin exams, I believe that the two of you can pull this off. Even though you just came from a mission that nearly killed you." "Isn't that risking too much?" Naruto asked worriedly. "It may be, but if it somehow succeeds, it will be the only way to stop the nibby. I suppose." Later, in Naruto's head, "Come on, Foxy. Help me out here," Naruto begged. "For the 200th time, no, it's your fight, you handle it. Come on, if I die, you'll die as well. Besides, don't you want to fight that cat?" "Well, if you put it that way, fine, I'll let you use all of my power. In exchange, promise me that you won't die, because if you died, so will I. Besides, since I'm stuck with you for the rest of your miserable life, I might as well help you." Yeah. Whatever, Foxy. Stop calling me that. A.N. Well, that's that. Next on Future Hokage, All-Out War, Leaf and Sand vs Nibby and Sound. Please review, and give suggestions on why the nibby attacks Konoha. Chapter 13a.N. Alright ladies and gents, here's the new chapter. To avoid confusion. This is Naruto talking to Kyuubi. This is Kyuubi talking to Naruto. This is Kyuubi talking through Naruto. In Sanagakure, inside the Kazecage's office. A Konoha Anbu poofed into the room. The Kazekage just stared at him. Master Kazekage, I have a message from the Godem Hokage. The Anbu gave a slight bow in respect. Gaara simply nodded at the Anbu, signaling him to continue. As I said, the Hokage requests reinforcements from the Sanagakure for a huge battle. What sort of battle? Gaara asked monotonously, typical. The nibby attacked Konoha. The Anbu is currently slowing it down while the Junins the others are setting up a defensive line. Currently, the only one we have to match the nibby's power is the Kyuubi, which was sealed inside Naruto. The Godem also asked for you to come, for if things get to worst, only you and Naruto can stop it. I understand. You may go. All right. The Anbu poofed out of the office. In Konohagakure, Naruto was on top of the Hokage monument. From afar, he could see the battle going on between a giant two-tailed cat and tiny little Anbu. He let out a sigh and talked to his inner demon. Yo, Foxy. Stop calling me that, stupid kid. Whatever, what do you think? Will Konoha survive this attack? I mean, Yandime isn't around to do the sealing jutsu, and so is old man Hokage. I doubt that old hag Tsunade knows any sealing jutsu. Well, Even without sealers, that nibby is going down. He's no match for the nine-tailed fox. Wahahaha. You know, Foxy, you should learn to be humble. I don't care, I'm just stating the truth. I'm not the most powerful for nothing. But still, how are we supposed to beat that thing? Why don't we wait for the one-tailed Sandy? One-tailed, Sandy. Yeah, Sandy. You call me Foxy. I call him Sandy. I'm sure the Shukaku will be quite annoyed if I call him that. Wahahaha. You're hopeless, Naruto thought as he let out a loud sigh. Meanwhile, a few kilometers away from the nibby, Hizachi and Anko were jumping from tree to tree when a Kyuubi-masked Anbu joined up with them, this time, without the hood. Yo! Foxy Anbu guy. Hizachi smiled while waving at the Anbu childishly. Foxy Anbu dude. That's how you call me, the Anbu shouted back at Hizachi. What? Want me to expose you? On second thought, I think I'll keep the Foxy Anbu dude. Both of them ended up laughing while jumping from branch to branch. Anko just remained silent, while keeping her eyes on the ANBU's golden hair. Golden hair. Only two families have blonde hair. The Yamanaka have light blonde, like Ino's, and the darker blonde or golden hair only belongs to Uzumaki. But Naruto is the only Uzumaki left. Anko thought inwardly. Out of nowhere, a sudden burst of courage hit her like a bullet, making her ask without thinking. Are you related to Naruto? A distant relative of something? Anko covered up her mouth after she finished. Oops. Kyuubi Anbu stopped on one of the branches, with Hizachi next to him. Oh, busted. Hizachi teased the Anbu. Anko stared blankly at the two males. Suddenly, the Anbu decided to speak up. Right you are, Anko. The Anbu said while putting his hand on his mask. Am I? So you are his distant relative? Anko asked while jumping on the same branch as the two. No, I'm not his distant relative. I'm closer, much closer, the Kyuubi Anbu said while slowly removing his mask. First came the blue eyes. He's like an older Naruto, Anko thought while staring into his eyes. Then, he completely removed his mask, exposing his full face. Hi, Anko. Long time no see, the man said. What? Anko's jaw dropped involuntarily. Yo, Yandimi. Yeah, any problems? Yandimi gave her the trademark Uzumaki grin. But, how did you? Anko asked while stuttering. I'll explain later. Right now, we have to take down that cat. I guess 3 Hokage would be enough. Yandimi said while Hizachi jumped to the next branch and continued on his path, leaving Yandimi and Anko. 3 Hokage? Anko's brains were starting to get scrambled. Forget what I said. Let's just go and defend Konoha, and one more thing. Once we get there, I am just a regular Anbu, not Yandimi. If you spill it, you're dead. Do I make myself clear? Yandimi gave Anko a glare before putting on his mask. Why yes, Master Hokage. Drops of cold sweat started appearing on Anko. Good. Now, let's go. In a blur, both of them rushed towards Konoha. Within the walls of Konoha, all civilians were being evacuated towards the mountains with all the genins. The chunins were sent to provide reinforcements for the junin. All others have left the town and headed for the mountains, except for a bunch of hard-headed genin. Come on guys. You have to leave, head for the mountains, or go to Kirigakure. I don't care. Just get yourselves out of here, Naruto said. While trying to push them, starting with Lee. What about you? All genin are supposed to be on the mountains. Why are you staying? Shikamaru retaliated. Even though it was only a few days since he broke his finger, but due to Tsunade's healing ability, it's as good as new. I think I'll stay. I have to protect the ramen shop. If it's destroyed, I might as well die. Naruto grinned a foxy one, though he knew his lie wasn't the best excuse. I've heard Kakashi-sensei make better excuses, Shino said. When have you heard him? Naruto fired back. Yesterday, the other day and last week, Shino said calmly. Fine. You win. But I'm still staying. Naruto turned around and sat on the ground. You're so stubborn, Lee pouted. Hinata and the others are already on the mountain. We're the only ones left here. I don't care, I'm staying and you can't make me leave, Naruto pouted again. Grr. Naruto. Lee was starting to lose his patience and was about to deliver a punch when a grip of pneumatic proportions grabbed him by the wrist. Ouch. Lee said while he pulled his hand away. Leave him, Lee. All of you just go to the mountains, now. The Hokage shouted at all of them. Why yes, ma'am. The other genins said in unison while trembling before heading for the hills. Well, that settles that, Tsunade said as she dusted her hands. Thanks, old hag. Naruto said as he stood up and dusted his pants. The old hag name earned him a really powerful downward punch courtesy of Tsunade. This drove his face 2 feet into the ground. Serves you right, ramen boy, Tsunade said while pulling Naruto out of the ground. Once Naruto was fully pulled out of the ground, Tsunade let out a slight giggle. On Naruto's head was an extremely large lump. His nose was bleeding a bit and his hands were twitching. Upon recovering, Naruto's first act was to yell at the Hokage. What was that for? That hurts like hell, Naruto shouted at Tsunade. That was for calling me an old hag, Tsunade yelled back. Before they had the chance to continue their argument, the Arrow Sennin appeared in between them. Stop fighting. The Junins and Anbu are dying by the numbers. We have to get going, the Arrow Sennin said in a surprisingly serious tone. All right, let's go. Tsunade signaled Naruto to follow. Right. I'll be with you in a few moments. He proceeded to close his eyes and made a contact with the fox. Inside his head, yo, Kyuubi. Are you ready? Yeah, I'm ready. Let me take control of you for a bit. That way, my full power can go into your body. After you get all of my power, I'll transfer the control to you. Is that all right? Yes, that's fine, Foxy. Don't call me Foxy. Outside his head, hurry up, Naruto, Jiraiya called his student. Yeah, coming, perverted hermit, Naruto shouted as he ran towards the 2 Sennin. After a few minutes of running through Konoha, the 3 ninjas made it to the battlefield. On each side, Anbu and Junin corpses were starting to pile up. Although Tsunade and Jiraiya were untainted by the corpses, Naruto was getting nearer to the edge of breaking down. What happened here? Naruto asked himself. It's a demon attack. What did you expect? The Kyuubi answered his question. You mean you also did this to Konoha? Well, I'm worse, anyway. Since I decided to help you, I guess we should take care of the cat. Yeah, your attack was enough. We can't let things repeat themselves. If things continue, Konoha's military strength will be close to none. I know, now, shall we proceed? Yeah, remember, once I get full power, I take control. I know. Now, let's begin. Back in the real world, Naruto stood still 100 meters from the nibby. Red chakra engulfed him as his eyes turned red as well. His pupils formed 2 slits and his whiskers became more evident. His canines grew sharper and longer, and so did his nails. 2 chakra tails emerged from behind him and an image of the Kyuubi formed. On the swirling chakra above him, Naruto, Kyuubi started growling while clawing the ground below. It has begun. Let's just hope this works, and hope that Kyuubi doesn't take full control, Tsunade said before running towards the nibby. Yeah, if the Kyuubi takes full control, we're toast, Jiraiya replied while he gathered a swirling ball of chakra on his hands. Naruto started to run towards the nibby. A short distance away, he jumped up and tried slashing the nibby with his nails, but the nibby quickly turned around and hit him with its tail. The Kyuubi moved Naruto's arms in front of his body and formed a chakra barrier. Cool, you should teach me to do that, Naruto said to the Kyuubi from the back of his head. If we get out of here alive, I will, the Kyuubi answered before going in for another attack. Naruto formed a crossed hand seal and created a small army of foxy Narutos, like in his fight with Kimimaro. The bunchins went in all directions and once they surrounded the nibby, They jumped up and gave it various attacks. However, before they even landed a single punch, the nibby's claw slashed through all the bunchins and eventually hit the real Naruto, nearly cutting his right arm. But due to the Kyuubi's healing ability, it recovered before falling off. With the nibby distracted, Tsunade gave the nibby an uppercut. With her gargantuan strength, she was able to punch the nibby into the air. Jiraiya immediately jumped up and delivered an exponentially larger Rasengan at the creature's chest. Imagine a Rasengan with a 5-foot diameter. This sent the nibby flying a few hundred meters backward before landing on its feet. It weakly stood up, but a silver-haired chunin fell from the sky and delivered a rakery on top of the nibby's head. The nibby collapsed and fell face first into the ground. Is that it? It seems too easy. Tsunade put her hand on her waist and stood on top of a tree. I doubt it. It's a Biju, I'm sure that's not its full power. Jiraiya answered as he landed next to the Hokage. Like Jiraiya was saying, the nibby suddenly disappeared in a poof of smoke. This alerted the remaining nins and the senins. They looked around and saw nothing. Suddenly, a shadow covered them and started falling from above them. The nibby, which appeared unharmed, looked around and growled. Luckily, all of them were able to jump away just at the nick of time. That was close, Jiraiya said. Now, let's get busy, Tsunade said while running for another attack. Naruto was also running in for another attack. This time, he gave the nibby a chakra-loaded punch. This threw the nibby into the air again. Kyuubi, do you remember the jutsu I use in combo with me bunchins? Yeah, so? Let's do it. We need to deliver as much damage as possible. For once, you're thinking. What's that supposed to mean, Foxy? Nothing, Dobby. Anyway, let's just do your stuff. Whatever. Just don't forget to recite its name while performing it. Right. Naruto jumped up and matched the ascent of the nibby. He formed a crossed hand seal and made 10 Narutos. One of them hoisted the real him higher above the nibby. The other bunchins gave the nibby simultaneous chakra-filled punches. Uzumaki. Then, one of the bunchins went underneath the falling nibby and gave it a fully loaded chakra punch, sending it flying up again. Naruto. Finally, the real Naruto spun a vertical 720 degrees before delivering a kick at the nibby. Renden. The nibby fell to the ground and formed a large crater while dust filled the sky. All the Narutos landed in the crater. They looked in different directions to search for the cat. As the smoke cleared, the light was able to pierce through invisibility returned to normal. Surprisingly, there was no cat in sight. You think the nibby left? I doubt it. If my hunch is correct, he's just playing around. What? All that trouble and he's only playing? Yeah, did you expect that we can land that much hits on him? Quit dreaming. Maybe when we reach full power, we may defeat it. But right now, all we can do is deliver as much damage as possible, which I don't even think would help. I see. Suddenly, the nibby leapt up and grabbed Naruto. It shook him violently before throwing him skyward. After flying 100 meters above ground level and with both Kyuubi and Naruto shaken up, they were tumbling down towards the ground when a huge hand made of sand caught Naruto and landing him on the ground. To be continued, A.N. Whoa, that was long, sorry, but I won't be able to update for at least 1 week. Judgment Day has descended upon all freshmen in the College of Aeronautics. In short, the finals are coming. Anyway, even though I answered Sano-sama's question, I still feel the urge to make a reason for it within the story in order for the story to come up with the same ending. Anyway, please review, and if you see a typo or what you think is a mistake, feel free to tell me. I would either change it or make a reason for it. Either way, it will help the story progress in a better pace. Thanks. Chapter 14 A.N. Well, here's the 14th chapter. It's a new record. All that aside, the Naru Ino will come, but all in good time. I won't have them hating each other this week and kissing each other the next week. That's troublesome. Now, let's proceed with the chapter. I will also be needing your help once again. I don't know what I'll do with Hinata once Ino falls for Naruto, as usual. This could either be Kyuubi or Shukaku. This could either be Naruto or Gaara. This could be Kyuubi speaking through Naruto continued. A large hand of sand caught Naruto and landed him safely on the ground. He turned around and saw his newest friend, Gaara. What are you doing here? Naruto asked as he stood up and removed the sand from his clothes. Helping you. What else? Gaara said monotonously while keeping his stare at the IBI. What? Who sent you here? Is it old man Kage? No, I came here because the Hokage asked for my help, is that all? Yes. Naruto also shifted his gaze towards the large cat. All the remaining Junins and Anbu were attacking the nibby in various ways, but in vain. Tsunade and Jiraiya took turns to attack the nibby. Listen, Naruto. The only way of defeating that thing is by sealing it, Gaara said as sand slowly came out of his gourd. But we have no sealers, Naruto said while another pair of tails emerged from behind him. Naruto, did anyone tell you that you're growing tails? Gaara asked, shocked if had such an expression. Actually, no, that's the Kyuubi's. He's currently controlling my body so that his full power can merge with my body. After that, we beat the living daylight out of the nibby. Naruto gave a full-fanged foxy grin. I understand, I shall also make a deal with the Shukaku. If I succeed, there's no way the nibby will survive. Gaara said while he sat down and closed his eyes. What are you doing? Naruto shouted at Gaara while pointing a finger. I'm making a deal. Gaara kept his eyes closed. TCH, just hurry up, Naruto said before he leapt towards the nibby. Gaara opened his left eye. I will, Gaara said while closing his left eye. Naruto ran towards the nibby. He leapt up and delivered a chakra-less punch. Even without chakra, he was able to throw the nibby a few feet into the air. Whoa, that was one hell of a punch. Well, you may be in your head but I'm in command of your body. Soon, your body will become very strong, even Granny can't match it. Remember, right, once we're at full power, you're taking command. Good. You remember. Stop talking to me like I'm a little kid. They temporarily stopped their argument and went off to fight the nibby. Gaara, on the other hand, was not having as much luck with his own demon. You have to help us. No, the Shukaku answered while lying down on the floor. It's the nibby. Don't care. Let it do what it wants. I'll just stay here. For once, Gaara is starting to lose his patience. He gritted his teeth before he relaxed and let out a sly smile. What's wrong with you? Have you lost it? No, but I know how to make you help me. No, help us. Bring it on, kid. Nibby said you were a small fry. Don't care. Nibby said you were a coward, doesn't matter. Nibby said you're pathetic. I could beat that cat any day. Then, Gaara thought of something different. Kyuubi said that he was so strong that he could fight the nibby with Naruto's finger. He said that even though the nibby is weak, you'll be no match for it. Gaara smirked, a tiny one. That Kyuubi. I'll show him who's stronger. I'll beat the nibby before the fox could. Wahahaha. Meanwhile, Naruto and Ko were at it again. Tsunade unleashing a barrage of punches while Naruto unleashed another army of cage bunchins. Naruto does his 100 Rasengan strikes of the Uzumaki Naruto Renden, where the whole army of bunchins attacks the nibby. Now with 4 tails, Naruto was even more powerful. His bunchins became capable of making full-powered Rasengans in succession. His Renden variant started off with a Rasengan version of the 1000 Years of Pawn, shoving a Rasengan under the nibby's tail, you know where. This gave the nibby, well, pain equivalent to that of 1,000 years, hence the name. After that, 10 bunchins drove a barrage of Rasengans at the nibby's chin, flipping it over. The nibby stood up untainted, but as soon as it stood still, 30 Narutos drove Rasengans throughout the underneath of the nibby's chest, making it spin as it flew upwards towards the sky. 100 feet in mid-air, the spinning nibby started to spin in the other direction as another 30 Narutos gave it a combined Rasengan at the spine. The counterclockwise cat hurtled towards the ground when 10 Narutos formed a small circle. They formed Rasengans within the said circle, causing a tornado to appear. See the Cage Bunshin vs. Mizu Bunshin episode. It's something like that. This sucked up the nibby and threw it towards the village. On its trajectory path towards the village, the nibby used its feline abilities to put all 4 legs below, but once the legs were in position for a landing, another 10 Narutos drove Rasengans at its nose. This sent the nibby to whence it came. It nearly crashed on the ground, but the Hokage punched it skyward, where 8 Narutos and the real Naruto were waiting with spiraling balls of chakra in hand. The nibby hurtled towards the ground while spinning rapidly. Like a chopper with a failed rear rotor and increase its spinning speed, it crashed, taking out a majority of the bunshins and making an extremely large crater on the ground. Once again, dust filled the air and visibility was almost zero. Is it over? I don't think so. That attack barely left a scratch. What? Are you sure? Yeah, in case you didn't notice, we only managed to damage its nose, which is theoretically the spot with the weakest defense. Then let's attack it. It won't help. How do you expect to beat it that way? Make it sneeze to death? Any bright ideas, Foxy? Yeah. Let's wait for one-tailed Sandy and my full power. Once it happens, that nibby's toast. Their conversation was cut short when the jaws of the Titanic cat approached them at an incredible rate. The Kyuubi thought of evading, but with Naruto's body and current power level, it's nearly impossible. Jiraiya immediately bit his finger and tried to summon Gamabunta, but once he finished, all he was able to summon was tiny little Gamakichi. Ah! Squirt! What the heck are you doing here? I called for your father, Jiraiya shouted as he held the tiny toad in front of his face. But he went somewhere, Gamakichi explained. Suddenly, a large crash was heard. The smoke that came from the nibby's crash eventually cleared up and revealed Gamabunta holding the cat by the jaws. What the? Jiraiya exclaimed as he looked at Gamabunta. Suddenly, something caught his eye. An Anbu with a Kyuubi mask and golden hair stood above Gamabunta's head, holding Naruto in his arms. What the? Who are you? Naruto shouted as he jumped off the Yandaime's arms. I'll tell you some other time, but right now, we have to fight. Yandaime answered while messing Naruto's hair with his hand. Although pushing off anybody's hand would be his initial reflex, he was surprised that he was actually enjoying the touch of this man's hand. Even old man Hokage's touch was nothing. Yandaime looked down at Naruto and saw his canine features and the tails. At least one of my goals is achieved. You can freely use the Kyuubi's power. I guess sealing it into you was just fine. What do you mean? Naruto asked as he looked at the Kyuubi Anbu. Idiot. That Anbu is here. The Kyuubi cut into the conversation but was stopped himself before he could finish, thanks to a sudden movement from Gamabunta. Get off, kid. You still need to fight that cat. I can't last long in a fight with a Biju. I'm leaving for now. Summon me when you need to do the sealing, Gamabunta said while looking on top of his head. I understand. The Hokage, who was still hiding his identity, nodded. Immediately, Gamabunta poofed out of existence and both blondies landed on the ground. The nibby proceeded with attacking them both. Sensing immense power that was radiating from Naruto now that another pair of tail appeared, total 6, it diverted its attention to Naruto and to Naruto alone. Come on, kid. I need full control. You already have full control. I need to take over your consciousness as well. I can only let you back once we get 8 tails. But, how can I believe you? Trust me on this one, kid. Besides, he's here. He'll stop me if I go berserk. Who are you talking about? There's no time for introductions. Here comes the cat. Immediately, Naruto gave full control to the Kyuubi. The Kyuubi jumped to his right and dodged the incoming claw from the nibby. He landed on his feet only to realize too late that another claw coming in at him. Kyuubi jumped up and dodged the claw. In midair, the 2 tails gave him a 1-2 hit. Naruto was thrown through the forest and trees were destroyed in his path. Naruto stood up and wiped blood that were on his lips. Consider yourself lucky for not having to feel that. I'll keep that in mind. Naruto, I mean Kyuubi, ran towards the nibby and jumped up high. He twisted in midair and delivered a downward punch. The nibby fell down and met the ground head first. The nibby quickly stood up and chased after Naruto with its claws, cutting everything they touch. Naruto kept on dodging, and trees were getting cut instead. He kept on leaping backwards to avoid the constant onslaught delivered by the nibby, but the claws were getting closer and closer to hitting him. He eventually ran into a large tree. He climbed it and catapulted himself into the air via kicking the tree. "What are you doing? Just watch me." Naruto formed a cross hand seal in midair, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Immediately, 10 Narutos poofed into existence. The Narutos landed in different directions, surrounding the nibby. Then all of them got on all fours and the Bunshins started growling. "What the? Stop asking questions," I said, "watch me." The real one also went into all fours. Gatsuga. "But, that's a jutsu by the Inuzuka clan." "Shut up. When I attacked Konoha, they did it to me for too many times that I actually learned it." "What? You have a Sharingan or something?" "Actually, I got so fed up, I decided to use their own jutsus against them." While they were talking, the Bunshins started their assault. The first pair attacked from opposite directions with the Gatsuga. This made 2 swirly dents on the nibby's sides. The intensity of the attack destroyed the 2 Bunshins, but while they were in the midst of disappearing, another pair came in for another attack. This hit the nibby on the exact same spot as the earlier attack, making the dent even deeper, and a few traces of blood were starting to appear. 1 or 2 more attacks and the nibby's dead. "I think we can arrange that." Yandime and Hizachi stood side by side in front of Naruto. "You know what to do. You're a Hokage. Let's do the secret combo." Yandime grinned at Hizachi. "Roger, Yandime." Hizachi grinned back as they both faced the nibby. "Ready?" Yandime asked. "Ready," Hizachi answered. They started forming hand seals one after the other, in a cycle so long, it rivals the length of those used for the Gate of Ages. Rat, tiger, ox, horse, monkey, ram, snake, dragon, rat, tiger, ox, horse, monkey, ram, snake, dragon, rat, tiger, ox, horse, monkey, ram, snake, dragon. Both of them mentally recited as they formed the hand seals. After the last count of dragon, they both clapped their hands together and a powerful wave of chakra was emitted like a shockwave. Fuyu Konoha no Jutsu. Floating leaves technique. Both Hokage said in unison. A little later, a rain of leaves started. Slowly, an area of 50-meter radius got covered by leaves as if it got hit with a major leaf blizzard. After the flood of leaves reached knee level, the leaves flew into the air and levitated, hence the name. "Round 2. Hizachi declared, earning him an agreeing nod from Yandime. "Horse, ox, monkey, dog, snake, dragon, tiger." They recited mentally. After they finished the seal combinations, they held the tiger seal and shouted together, "Konohagakure ninjutsu Haiden. Konoha shuriken no jutsu. Secret ninjutsu of the hidden leaf. Leaf shuriken technique." Then, the thousands of leaves floating in mid-air stiffened and flew in different directions. Some trees were cut clean after being hit by a single leaf. Others made close contact with the nibby, delivering straight cuts on its flesh. A few hit it dead on, stabbing the creature and sinking a few feet into its flesh. The rest that missed turned around and attacked the nibby with another wave of sharp leaves. "Whoa, that's one awesome jutsu." Naruto stood on awe as he got his consciousness back after another pair of Kyuubi tails emerged, totaling to 8 tails. "We're not finished yet." The other Bunshins resumed their Gatsuga on the nibby. The first 2 that attacked were almost touching the nibby when the cat suddenly disappeared into thin air, causing the Bunshins to collide and explode in midair. The nibby suddenly reappeared next to the other Bunshins, destroying them in a single roar. The nibby started running towards the real Naruto. It circled Naruto in such high speeds, it started to blur. "What the? Where is the cat? If I still had my real ears, I'll surely know, too bad I don't." "Can't you do anything?" The nibby's movement produces ultrasonic waves. Only ears that are sensitive to those ultrasonic waves can hear them. If I could hear them, I will surely know where the cat is. Ultrasonic. Is it edible? Idiot. In simple words that your puny little head could comprehend, the sound it makes is impossible for humans to hear. Get it? Yeah, whatever, Foxy. Naruto stood in the middle of the circle of cat. He looked around trying to follow the cat's movements, but all he could see were blurs and multiple images of the nibby. This isn't good. We can't leave him there, Tsunade said while gripping a tree tightly. I agree, we need to go help him now. We've rested enough. We can start fighting again, Jiraiya said while stretching a bit. Let's go, Yandi said while preparing for his flashy jutsu when a large claw of sand blocked the running nibby and toppled it over. What the? Hizachi saw something unusually large through his Jinnyagan. Well, this is unexpected, Anko said as she looked at the nibby's attacker. Everybody else looked at the huge creature with bluish markings all over its body and made of sand. On top of it was Gaara, who was surprisingly fully conscious. All of you can go back now. We'll take care of this cat. Where are the others? Gaara said through the Shukaku's mouth. They're all dead. Kakashi and the others took the wounded nins from the battlefield. The unhurt Junins and Anbu are probably on their way back. The few chunin that were left to attend to the genins are on their way here as well. I don't think they need to get here. Just get them back to Konoha if you meet them on the way. They'll just kill themselves by going. Here. Gaara moved his gigantic sand body forward. Naruto on the other hand, gained the 9th tail, which means he's at full Kyuubi level. Kid, let me take control of your hands and your chakra. There's one jutsu that needs some doing. Alright. Make sure it would help. Believe me, this is one jutsu that would kick his butt. Well, let him have it. Cassie, transformation. An extremely large cloud covered half of the forest. A wind blew afterwards, revealing the Kyuubi in its original size and appearance. Whoa, what happened? I transformed your body into an exact copy of mine. Although this is one heck of a jutsu, it only lasts for 10 minutes. Use it well. Alright, but can't you turn us back if this thing wears off? It only works once every 24 hours. If you return to normal, you can only become Kyuubi again after one whole day. Get it? Good. The nibby jumped a few hundred meters backward and started growling at the Kyuubi. The Shukaku, on the other hand, moved towards the back of the nibby, surrounding it from two sides. Ready, Gaara? Naruto said as he involuntarily growled at the nibby. Ready. Gaara crossed his arms on top of the Shukaku. After that, the Kyuubi ran towards the nibby. The nibby also ran towards it, but in a zigzag path. After a few seconds, the nibby accelerated too. Such high speeds, there appeared to be 5 cats. The Kyuubi reacted by jumping a few strides back and opened its mouth. Kaden. Gokakyu no Jutsu. The Kyuubi made a huge fireball without using any hand seals. The 5 cats leapt out of the flames. While spinning in midair to land on all fours, another barrage of attacks. Futen. Renkuden. Gaara made hand seals while the Shukaku fired multiple air bullets at the midair cats. 4 out of the 10 shots hit the cats. The real one left twisted itself in midair to dodge the remaining 6 shots, but it got hit by a follow-up shot as soon as it landed. This sent the nibby flying a few hundred meters into the air and landing almost a kilometer away. For the first time, they actually did same damage. The Kyuubi immediately pounced on the fallen nibby and started throwing it around like a rag doll. Stop playing like a little puppy and finish this quickly. Come on. We have to continue this. I may be a fast healer, but this cat is twice as fast. Shut up. Naruto took over the control of his oversized body and threw the nibby into the air. My turn. Gaara said calmly before doing the similar hand seals, Futen. Renkuden. Another barrage of air bullets hit the nibby, but this time accompanied by bullets of sand. This made a huge cloud of sand in midair, covering the nibby. Kyuubi and Shukaku kept their gazes upward and waited. After less than 2 seconds, the nibby fell from the cloud of sand and landed on all 4 feet, with all the inflicted damage disappearing very rapidly. "See? What did I tell you?" the Kyuubi asked. All of a sudden, the nibby unleashed its own barrage of attacks. Projectiles made of pure black energy appeared out of nowhere in front of the nibby's face and were aimed straight for the Kyuubi. On instinct, the Kyuubi leapt high into the air to dodge the missiles and countered. Kaiten. Gokakyu no Jutsu. The Kyuubi made a downward fireball that burned though much of the forest. The nibby that was on the middle of the flames enduring the heat. Its fur were slowly getting burned and injuries are coming faster than they are getting healed. The Shukaku joined the attack by leaping directly into the flames. Gaara made a dome of sand above him since sand can stand flames. Inside, he let the Shukaku have some fun, thrashing about and beating the living daylight out of it. The nibby, on the other hand, was getting beat up and burnt at the same time. Suddenly, the Shukaku was thrown out of the fiery dome and dark balls of energy started flying out of it in different directions. Some of them hit the airborne Kyuubi while others hit the ground-stricken Shukaku, engulfing them both in explosions and kicking up huge quantities of dust into the air. The rest of the spheres went flying straight for Konoha. Since all of them except Naruto and Gaara just arrived, they were ominous to what was heading for them. They rested and some of them were so exhausted, they fell to the ground as soon as they entered the village. Tsunade, Shizune and the remaining medics were attending to the wounded and the dying when suddenly, all hell broke loose. Black spheres rained down on them as if it was Judgment Day. Everything that the spheres touch explodes, leaving a crater with twice the size. Everybody dodged as hard as they could, but others that couldn't move simply waited for their deaths. The barrage eventually ended, leaving only a handful of junins and chunins as survivors. Back at the battlefield, Kyuubi already landed to the ground but still kept the flow of the fireball. Gaara was slowly losing his consciousness due to fatigue. This meant that the Shukaku could take over sooner or later. To be on the safe side, he leapt out of the giant Shukaku, leaving it to fall to the ground like one big sandstorm. He landed on the ground on his feet but collapsed soon enough. He lied down while keeping his eyes straight towards the sky. "Naruto, it's all up to you," Gaara said before he sighed and stared into the sky. The Kyuubi, on the other hand, was anything but tired. It has been 9 minutes since the fight started. To others, it was quite fast, but for Naruto and Gaara, it was too long. The Kyuubi kept the flames going. The nibby's skin was on fire and there were third-degree burns all over. After an entire minute, Naruto returned to his original form and stood weakly on the ground. The nibby, however, was still standing. "That's one tough Biju. If only we had no time limit, that cat would be dead." Kyuubi shouted inside Naruto's head. As if on cue, the nibby disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving a half-battered, half-shattered forest. "What? Was that a Bunshin? It can't be. It was too powerful even for a cage Bunshin. I'm guessing that somebody summoned it." "It was I summon, I think." After that, Naruto fell to the ground back first. He closed his eyes and eventually fell asleep. A few meters away, another blonde was watching Naruto while debating with herself inside her head. "What am I doing here? Idiot, you came to help Naruto." "Why would I help him?" While Ino continued her internal debate, someone was having a little grunting session a few kilometers away. "That summon was useless," the person said as he deactivated his 3-dotted Sharingan. To be continued. N. Sorry if the last part sucked. I wanted to finish this chapter before I receive my writer's block. Actually, I already have it while making this N anyways. That's all I could do for now. Maybe before next week or sooner, I can make another chapter. Until then, please review. Chapter 15 N. Woo! No more writer's block, and no more classes. That means less time to touch the PC. Wah! No. But I'll try to sneak past the defenses every now and then. This is Naruto talking to Kyuubi. This is Kyuubi talking to Naruto. This is Kyuubi talking. In the forest, Naruto was slowly waking up after the long fight with the nibby. He slowly sat himself up before opening his eyes. He stretched his arms and felt something weird, so he looked at them and saw that they were bandaged. His other wounded body parts were also bandaged. Foxy, do you know who did this? Honestly, no. What? You mean you can't sense anything in there? No, I can sense everything from in here, but your loud snoring made me feel very sleepy. So you slept. They continued to argue until they reached the point where they were oblivious to the outside world. Naruto somehow won their little argument, and by the time he was sensitive to the outside world, he realized that someone was watching him. I just finished fighting and somebody already came attack me? He formed his favorite crossed hand seals. Kage Bunshin no. But before he could finish, something stopped him. He then realized that he was back inside his head. Kyuubi, what did you do? Nothing. I may be a biju, but I tell the truth. Oh. There's only one other thing that can cause this to a person. What is it? I'll explain later. Just let me in, Naruto said while squeezing himself through the pillars that hold back the Kyuubi. Are you sure you can fit in between the pillars? The Kyuubi raised an eyebrow, if he had one. Of course I can, Naruto grunted as soon as he popped through the pillars. All right. So, what's with the panic? Someone used the shintention on me. I want you to scare away that person. If I don't, I make giant Akamaru reappear. I doubt you can do that, but just for the fun of it, I think I'll see what I'll do. Then, from out of the darkness, a completely confused Ino walked towards the dimly lit room where the Kyuubi was. What is this place? I entered people's minds before, but there was none like this, Ino talked to herself as she wandered around. Kid. It's your girlfriend. Where did you get that stupid idea? You just kissed each other at the lake. But that was because Kakashi-sensei pushed her head down. I don't care. Listen here, I'll scare her out your head and you talk to her afterwards. What do you say? All right, Foxy. But don't scare her too much. Meanwhile, Ino was still clueless to where she was exactly, so she decided to shout. Naruto. This is your head, so I know you're in here. Show yourself, she said before turning her head to see if there were any signs of him. Almost instantly, a pair of red glowing eyes appeared from behind the pillars. You called? The Kyuubi asked while slowly putting his head closer to the pillars. Who are you? Ino asked as she stepped backwards, eventually falling. I am your worst nightmare. The Kyuubi growled before throwing a claw out of the cage to grab Ino, but Ino managed to dispel the shintention, getting her back to her own body. I think that was too much. Be thankful that I purposely missed. Outside his head, he saw Ino lying down on the floor while holding her head. Ino-chan, are you all right? Naruto asked while he knelt down beside her to get at the same level. Quite, aside from the fact that my head feels like splitting, I think I'm fine. Ino smiled before wincing in pain. Take it easy, Ino-chan. You'll hurt yourself, Naruto said while assisting Ino to a nearby tree. He gently placed her next to the tree before leaning to the tree and sitting beside Ino. Ouch, Ino winced again. What was that in your head? I think it was the reason for all this. Oh, that? You see, that's my inner self, like Sakura's inner. Sakura. Naruto put on a grinning mask to hide the truth. Luckily for him, it was working. Your inner self is that big? Ino's jaws dropped. Well, it's a long story. Naruto nervously chuckled before shifting the conversation to a new topic. So, what are you doing out here? Actually, Ino looked downwards and stared at the ground as if she forgot her skull-breaking headache. The Hokage and all the others went to the mountains. They asked if everybody was all right. Since Shikamaru was left in charge, he was the one that reported to the Hokage. Before that, I asked him if he saw you, and he said no, I looked for you, but I couldn't find you. Then, I noticed all the villagers' attention was on the battle that was raging. The first thing I saw was a lot of your bunshins attacking at once. So, you were watching? Naruto's face showed signs of fear. Yes. If only you weren't hurt, I'd be jumping around with you for defeating the cat. Too bad, right? Ino smiled at Naruto. Naruto just raised an eyebrow at Ino. I guess, all that aside, do you know who put bandages on me? Naruto asked while looking at his arms. I did. Why? Do you want to insult me or something? Ino pouted while looking at the opposite direction. No, thanks. Naruto for once didn't grin, but smiled instead. Welcome, Ino said while letting out a little giggle. Naruto just smiled, even though he had no clue why she giggled. A rather comfortable silence followed soon. Naruto was half asleep leaning on the tree while Ino was relaxing with her head rested on Naruto's shoulder. Her headache has finally faded away and Naruto seemed to be content. Ino looked up at Naruto's drowsy face and giggled. We're just like a couple, Ino thought absent-mindedly and blushed immediately after realizing what she was thinking. What am I thinking? This isn't right, is it? I mean, he's so childish and annoying and frustrating. Her tone suddenly softened and strong and funny and cute. She involuntarily snuggled herself to Naruto, which was enough to pull him from his half-asleep state. He looked down at Ino and tried to download the new information his eyes were getting. Is it just me or is Ino snuggling up to me? Naruto thought before deciding to talk. Ino-chan, what are you doing? Ino thought of a valid reason while blushing heavily. Nothing. Naruto was about to say something when he stopped himself and took a good look at Ino. She was currently all over his right arm. He looked at her and noticed nothing different. He started to look lower. Her waist was exposed and at her lower garment, the right leg was fully visible while folded above the left leg. He looked a little harder and realized that Ino's underwear were visible through the sides. Which meant only one thing. All the bandages were gone. Ino-chan, what happened to your bandages? Naruto asked while keeping his eyes fixated on Ino. They're on your arms. You were greatly wounded when I found you. Since your wounds had a chance to be infected, I decided to put bandages on them. When I realized that I had no bandages with me, I decided to put those instead. Ino's face was filled with mixed feelings, hesitation, fear of rejection, you name it. Thanks, Ino-chan. Another moment of silence followed. They took a peek at each other and each time their gazes met, they would immediately look at the other direction. Naruto, about that incident at the lake, Ino blushed. Oh, about that, Naruto followed soon enough, you first. All right. Ino blushed a little more. Ino's flashback. She was at the lake where the incident happened. She was throwing pebbles at the lake, not bothering if they skipped across the water or simply sank. She just threw them. When she was about to throw out another one with all her strength, a gentle and warm hand held hers. You know, Ino, that's not the proper way to skip pebbles. Upon hearing the beginning of a lecture, she quickly turned around and screamed at the top of her lungs. Who are you to teach me how to throw? She screamed, only to realize too late that she was screaming at the last person she should be screaming at. Ino, that's not the right way to talk to your father, is it? Inoichi smiled at her. Father? Ino's sweat dropped at her own stupidity. She just yelled at her father. Don't worry, Ino. I can forgive you, Inoichi said before sitting down, but you have to swear to tell the truth in all that I ask you. All right. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Ino raised her right arm and gestured to an oath. Good. We can start with question number 1. Is there a problem? Are you asking me if I have a problem with the oath or was that question number 1? That was question number 1. Inoichi's eyes narrowed. All right. There is a problem. You see, I just had my first kiss. Ino blushed and cursed at the same time. My little girl is growing up, Inoichi shouted, acting a lot like the teary dramatic guy. So, how did it happen? Actually, it was Kakashi-sensei's fault. I was crying and he pushed my head downwards, so I kissed. Ino blushed a bit more. Who? Inoichi raised an eyebrow. Naruto. So, do you regret what happened? At first I did, But somehow, I started to like it. Then I've got this strange feeling. Every time I see orange and yellow together, I think of Naruto. Every time I see ramen, I think of him. I like Sasuke. But I don't think of him every time I see a fan. I don't even think of him each time I hear the word Uchiha. Now that's strange. Inoichi cupped his chin. I think you should see Naruto and sort things out. That way, things would be a lot clearer and that strange feeling you have will reveal itself. Right, thanks, Dad. Ino smiled at her father. Well, I better go home now. Just follow soon enough, alright? I'm starting to lose things to cover up for you. Inoichi stood up, dusted his clothes and walked slowly home. Alright, I will. End of flashback. What is it, Ino-chan? Naruto asked her while looking at his right arm, which was currently wrapped by two Yamanaka arms. I think I liked it, Ino blushed. Meanwhile, at the Hokage's office, a swarm made up of the village council formed in front of the Hokage's desk. Master Hokage, as you know, we were attacked by another Biju, and you sent the Kyuubi to fight it, some random old hag said. Yes, Tsunade distributed glares to nearly everyone but Sarutobi's teammates. As most of us saw, even though the nibby was defeated, the village still suffered damage, some random old geezer said. What's your point? Tsunade continued her distribution of doomsday glares. The Kyuubi has failed. This failure endangered the lives of many in Konoha. The Akatsuki has also visited Konoha because of that kid. Therefore, the council has decided that he shall be exiled from this village. Sanagakure has agreed to take him in. What? You can't just decide what to do with a person, Tsunade shouted while slamming her table. The council's decision is final, another old man said as the council left one by one. Tsunade stood alone in her office, dumbstruck. A few minutes later, Ino and Naruto were walking towards the gate, with the both of them unusually closer to each other. When they reached the gates of Konoha, 5 chunins blocked their path. Hi guys. Naruto greeted and walked straight, but 2 of the chunins grabbed him and threw him away from the gates. Naruto. Ino panicked as she knelt down near Naruto. TCH. What are these guys thinking? I just saved them from getting a huge cat-sized butt kicking and this is how they repay me. Naruto glared at the chunin, with his eyes shifting from red to blue and vice versa in split seconds. Naruto, calm down. I'm sure they have a reason for it, Ino said as she assisted Naruto to his feet. Right. Naruto growled, tell me, what are you doing? By orders of the Council of Konohagakure, you are exiled from this village as of this moment. All your belongings are currently being packed from your current home. You are not to come within 1 kilometer of the village while this order is in effect, one of the chunin answered. What? I just saved this pathetic little town and you exile me. Naruto was about to let a flurry of Rasengans meet the faces of the chunins when some blue-eyed Junin grabbed his arm and squeezed it tight enough to disrupt the forming Rasengan. Come on, Naruto. To be honest, I could have killed them a few moments ago, Hizachi said before releasing Naruto's right wrist. Hizachi? What are you talking about? Naruto asked with a softer tone. The council wants you gone. Even the Hokage was powerless against them, Hizachi said as he looked at the gates. He's exiled. Why is that? Can you explain it a bit? Ino asked, obviously with no idea about the situation. Sure. Hizachi smiled and nodded before returning to his serious self. The council has decided to exile Naruto for failure to defend Konoha in an attack. They also see him as a threat to Konoha since he is wanted by Akatsuki. It's a pretty shallow reason if you ask me. Ino crossed her arms. I agree, but since you can't enter the village, why don't we go somewhere else? It's pretty close. It's only 2 kilometers away from the village. Hizachi smiled at them both. Sure. Naruto faked a smile and followed Hizachi, with Ino next to him. By night, at the different families of Konoha, Yamanaka. Ino's not home yet. I'll look for her. Inoichi went to the door and left. Ino's mother just continued her cooking, trusting that Inoichi will find their daughter. He went outside and was greeted by Hizachi. "Who are you?" Inoichi asked. "I'm Hizachi, Sasuke's replacement when I was a chunin. I believe you want to see your daughter." Hizachi smiled again to show he meant no harm. "Is she safe?" Inoichi got a worried look on his face. "Don't worry, Inoichi-sama. Yandime is currently watching over them, though the two of them probably think they're alone due to Yandime's genjutsu." "Yandime, huh? That guy. He only told a few of us that he's still alive." Inoichi chuckled a bit. "Wait a minute, two of them?" "Yes. Ino and Naruto. Take me to them," Inoichi said seriously. "As you wish," Hizachi said before turning around. "Hyuga, Neji, Hinata. I need the both of you to stay here. I'm going outside the village. Can you do that?" Heishi asked the two while putting on his sandals. "Why yes, father." Hinata stuttered. Neji just nodded. "All right. Don't wait for me," Heishi said before leaving the door. "Neji-san, what do you think is so important that he has to go?" Hinata asked her cousin. "I don't know, but I want to find out," Neji said. "But," he said, "stay here. You stay here. Make a bunchen of yourself and henge yourself into me." "Don't you think he'll find out? Only a Sharingan can find out. The Byakugan can be fooled," Neji said before running off. "Nara, do we really have to go?" Shikamaru whined at his father. "Yes, we do. Now for the 20th time, stop whining," Shikaku shouted at Shikamaru. "Yes, father." Shikamaru sighed. "This is so troublesome." "Now stop complaining," Shikaku yelled again. "If it wasn't for Naruto, I wouldn't even bother leaving." "Akamichi, have you heard the news, Choji?" Choza asked his son. "No, what kind of news?" Choji asked his father while gobbling up a few bags of potato chips. "Your friend Naruto has been exiled. I'm going to see him. Are you coming?" "Yes." Choji threw his precious food and followed his father. All other of Naruto's friends also followed. At the gates of Konoha, all of their paths intersected. "You're all going?" All of them practically shouted at each other. In the forest, Ino and Naruto were sitting together near the fire when some long-haired blondie landed in front of them. "Like I said, things would be a lot clearer." Inoichi smiled at his daughter. Father?" Ino was shocked, to the extent that sparks came out of her fingers. Father-in-law?" Naruto asked before he got himself one loud smack and a smoking hot lump on his head courtesy of Hizachi. "Idiot. You're not married yet." Hizachi smiled. "Oh, and sorry about that." "That hurts," Naruto shouted, but before he could close his mouth, somebody shoved potato chips into his mouth. "Eat up, Naruto. Our parents have a plan." Choji shoved some more chips into his mouth. "Stop shoving chips at him, Choji, he'll choke to death," Shikamaru said as he arrived with his father. Choza and Shikaku stared at each other before laughing. "What's so funny?" Naruto asked as an imaginary question mark appeared next to his head. "We just remember what happened when Choza shoved a barrel of rice down." Shikaku laughed but suddenly turned sad. Everybody else that was there that was laughing also did the same. "Why did you stop? Who are you talking about?" Naruto asked everyone around him. "Yandime." Choza continued. "I shoved a barrel of rice down Yandime's throat. Miraculously, he survived. Let's forget about that for now. What we should do is get Naruto back into Konoha this instant. Gaara is currently keeping the council busy, so this is the perfect time to get in," Inoichi said. "You already planned that?" Ino asked before getting a jaw drop. "Actually, it was Hizachi. Initially, I planned to look for you. Then I saw Hizachi standing outside the door and he told me about everything," Inoichi said as he put his arms on his daughter's shoulder. "Now we're getting Naruto back to where he belongs, which is Konoha." "Don't worry, Naruto. We're getting you back there one way or another," Shikaku said while gently landing a knuckle on Shikamaru's head. "Ouch," Shikamaru yelped. "Thanks, everyone." Naruto said as a few tears dropped from his eyes. Inside Naruto's head, he stood in the middle of the darkness. The only thing visible was him. He stood there as images of his friends flashed before him. Shikamaru and his father, Choji and Choza, Inoichi and Ino, then Neji, Hinata and Heishi. All of them had their families. They were all happy and never felt being lonely. He remained in his position and clenched his fists. Among all of them there, he was the only one without a family. At least that's what he thinks, since Hizachi never mentioned anything about his family. As for him, the closest people he had as a father were Jiraiya and Iruka, but they were not his real father. He somehow felt jealous of his friends who were currently with their parents. Then, just before he emotionally shattered, a gentle hand landed on his head. Back in the real world, Naruto looked up and saw the Kyuubi Anbu messing up his hair. Foxy Anbu? Naruto wiped his tears with his sleeve. No, the Anbu finally removed his mask in front of a lot of people. A lot of gasps soon followed, but Naruto was too stunned to even move. Blonde dame. I mean, Yondaime. Naruto was completely puzzled why the Yondaime's touch was different from the old geezer. Disclaimer. Clarly owns Blonde dame. It is Clarly's idea, not Azure Strike's, so to Clarly, thank you. No, Naruto. I'm not just Yondaime. I am also your father, Yondaime said while kneeling down next to Naruto and gave him a gentle smile. This time, it was impossible to stop himself. Even with the happy mask he wore for the past decade of his life, his emotions were too much to bear. Instinctively, he threw himself at Yondaime and started crying. All my life, I never had a family. I never knew what a family was. I was alone, Naruto said as he continued to remove the emotional weights that he gathered from his early life. It's all right, Naruto. You have a family now. You can stop crying. Yondaime rubbed the back of his head. After nearly 10 minutes, Naruto finally stopped. Yondaime smiled since he stopped, but he kept getting the feeling of something spinning between them. After realizing too late, he saw a Rasengan that was quickly moving towards him. Blonde dame. This is for leaving me alone for the past years. Naruto shouted and gave Yondaime a taste of his own medicine. Inoichi and Shikaku quickly grabbed Naruto to stop him, but Yondaime instructed them to let go. Release him, I think I deserve that. Yondaime grinned while clutching his stomach where the Rasengan hit. To be continued, A.N. That's chapter 15, thanks for reviewing, and once again, thanks a lot to Clarly for letting me use Blonde dame. Until the next time I sneak past the defenses, see ya. Chapter 16 A.N. Well, it's later than I expected, but I'm getting this strange feeling that I'm empty on ideas, but that's not important now. What's important is this is a new chapter. We continued. Naruto stared at Yondaime, who was still standing after a direct hit from the Rasengan. I think I don't need a second one, Yondaime grinned weakly before standing up straight. What were you thinking? Inoichi shouted at Naruto before giving him a weak knock on his head. Seriously, why would you do that to your own father? Ino glared at Naruto, but Inoichi was quick to retaliate for him. Yeah, you tell him as if you didn't do the same to your father, Inoichi said, with his guy-ness drama. Well, Ino thought for a bit before pointing a finger at her father. At least I didn't hit you with any ninjutsu. You still shouted at me. Can you imagine that? It hurts, you know? Inoichi cried just like Guy would when he was with Lee. Did Guy-sensei infect him with his virus? Neji's eyebrows twitched while staring at Inoichi. Stop that, Neji. Not only did you sneak out of the village, you're also moving the topic somewhere else. Heishi shouted at Neji in the Naruto World's chibi mode. So, you noticed? Neji nervously laughed while a large sweat drop appeared on his head. In his mind appeared both him and Heishi. With him getting not Juken's 64 nor the 128 strikes but the unheard of Juken's 512 strikes. This made him gulp and sweat. Let's get to the argument later. Yandime surprisingly walked towards Naruto, and his Rasengan wound gone. We still have to get you back, he continued as he messed up Naruto's hair, again. Alright. Blonde dame, how the heck am I supposed to get back to Konoha if the Hokage can't do a thing? Naruto raised an eyebrow at his father. It's Yandime. Yandime reminded him, and for your question, here's my answer. Konoha's council is greater than that of a Hokage. Even if this is how things are, their power is way below 2 Hokage, he continued as he stood with his majestic pose. 2 Hokage. Isn't the old geezer dead? Only Tsunade is left. Naruto stared blankly at Yandime. In case you didn't notice, I'm also a Hokage, Yandime shouted at Naruto's ear. Alright. Blonde Dame Sama. So, how did you heal yourself? Naruto quickly retaliated. How many times do I have to tell you? It's Yandime, he shouted as steam came out from his ears. Alright, Dad. You can stop screaming at me, Naruto said as he mentally jumped around triumphantly. Sure. Yandime stared at Naruto. But you haven't answered my question, Blonde Dame. Naruto's eyes narrowed and an evil grin appeared on his face. Grr. Yandime growled at Naruto as a nerve became visible on his forehead. He cleared his throat twice and started to give a lesson to Naruto. As you may know, the Kyuubi automatically heals you. Normal humans don't have that. Before I became Hokage, when I was still a Chunin, I developed this jutsu to heal myself. Although it requires a lot of chakra, it's very useful in a life and death situation. Come on, Yandi. We have little time. Gaara may be running out of excuses to hold the council busy. Hizachi scratched the back of his head while laughing nervously. Who are you calling Yandi? Yandime raised a fist in front of Hizachi's face. In Konoha, in the council's office, anyone that leaves will die. Gaara distributed glares of doom among the council members. Some were already inside sand cocoons while some were trembling in the corner of the room. Seeing that no one even dared to move, Gaara smiled eerily. Good. Gaara continued his reign of terror on the council members. Outside the office, are you sure it's all right to unleash him in that office? Homura asked Tsunade. Believe me, they deserve it. Tsunade smiled. Meanwhile, it was Hizachi and Yandime's turn to fight when the impatient hyperactive genin finally stopped them. Stop that! Naruto shouted at the top of his lungs. Right, Neji sighed and stepped forward. Listen Hizachi, Yandime-sama, you can continue that later. Right now, we have to get Naruto back into Konoha. Like Hizachi said, we're almost out of time. You heard him, Gramps. Let's go. Hizachi grinned and gave Yandime a thumbs up before poofing away. Geez, Yandime sighed, let's go. We'll head straight towards the office once we get to Konoha. I don't think this is going to work. Naruto looked at the ground with a scared face. Don't worry Naruto. If they don't let you in, I swear to you that I'll kill them all. Yandime's face became full of determination. I failed to be father since the day you were born. That failure will end today, Yandime said before disappearing in a yellow flash. Father, Naruto whispered to himself as he stared at where Yandime went off. Come on, Naruto-kun. They're already gone. We won't be able to get you back into Konoha without you. Ino smiled at him before dragging him away towards the village. Wait. Naruto protested as he was dragged along the forest. A little later, they arrived at the gates of Konoha, where as expected, Naruto was stopped. You can't go in, Uzumaki Naruto, one of the Chunins declared. Are you sure about that? Neji landed in front of Naruto, with his Byakugan activated. Why yes. I'm sure. The Chunin stuttered a bit after seeing the nerves on the side of Neji's head. What about you? Do you think of the same thing? Heishi appeared next to Neji, with his Byakugan also activated. You can go in, but the blonde kid stays. The other Chunin managed to stop himself from stuttering. Are you sure we can't change your mind? Nara father and son appeared from the right side. We'll give you 5 minutes. A giant Choza and Choji appeared from behind them. Or maybe you need to be forced. Inoichi smiled as different evil plots filled his head. I think they need some convincing. Hizachi was smiling while cracking his knuckles. Why you won't be able to? Intimidation won't work on us, the third chunin said while sweating heavily. Are you sure? The Kyuubi masked Yondaime asked as he landed in front of them. Yes, we are, the fourth chunin took out a kunai. You want to fight? Before that, I'll ask you a question. Do you believe in the rumors about the yellow flash? Yondaime asked while hidden beneath his foxy mask. Of course. No one fought the yellow flash and lived. I bet he'd kill you all if he knew what you're doing. Well, Yondaime trailed off, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but we're not going to die in the hands of the yellow flash. Why not? He did defeat the Kyuubi, but the demons somehow became this kid, their Junin leader said, while glaring at Naruto. Well, call my son a demon and you might as well die, Yondaime said as he removed his mask and whispered at the chunin, isn't that right? Why is that? The chunin trembled as he rolled his eyes towards the side and caught a glimpse of Yondaime's blue eyes that were glaring at him. That's because I am the yellow flash. Yondaime sent chills down the chunin's spines before pulling his head away. All the other chunins gasped and trembled as they stared at Yondaime. As Yondaime Hokage, I am ordering you to let us pass. If you choose to go against this order, I shall introduce you to the yellow flash. What do you say? Yondaime glared at the Junin leader. All of the guards gulped and nodded in unison. Good. Yondaime smiled and offered a hand at Naruto. Let's go, Naruto. Right. It's not a pretty sight if you leave Gaara for too long. Naruto shivered as thoughts of minced council members filled his head. I know what you're thinking, Naruto, and I know it's ugly, Ino said while chills ran down her spine. They continued on their path towards the Hokage Tower when the remaining Anbu blocked their way. By orders of the Council of Konohagakure, you are to leave the child with us this instant. The birdie-masked Anbu chirped, said, shut up, Tweety. Heishi glared at the Anbu with his activated Byakugan. I guess a little exercise could help. Shikaku stretched his arms, you guys are so troublesome. That's my line. Shikamaru instantly protested, pulling his father's pineapple hair. Ouch! Shikaku shouted. Everybody started laughing at the father and son comedy act. The Anbu sweat dropped and flinched. Guys, in case you forgot, we were about to fight. One of the Anbu reminded while putting a hand on Hiashi's shoulder. Thanks for reminding me, I nearly forgot that I was going to kill you. Heishi gave an evil grin at the Anbu. He, you're welcome. The ANBU's voice squeaked in fear. Good. Hiashi's evil grin became bigger. The Anbu stared cluelessly on Heishi until chakra-filled palms hit him 512 times in the chest. The hits were so powerful that water vapor from the ANBU's back became visible and formed the shockwaves that came out of the ANBU's back. The Anbu coughed out roughly a liter of blood and flew a few meters backwards. The dust cleared up and revealed an unconscious and heavily injured with a chest full of palm prints. I think you did too much. Yondaime's eyebrows twitched. I guess I did. To be continued. A.N. Arg. This chapter may be short, but when I'm having a major block, this is considered long. Anyway, it may take a while before I can update again. Writer's block, soaring electric bills and summer classes. Like Shikamaru says, it's troublesome. Chapter 17 A.N. Finally, I made it. After days of blocks, I finally made a new chapter. Let's just go on with the chapter. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto. If I did, Haku would be a girl and get switched with Sakura, and I won't write fanfics if I owned it. I also don't own Blondame, Clarly thought of it, not me. Continued, Naruto and company continued their way towards the Hokage Tower. Having almost made it to the Hokage Tower, a few of them sighed in relief. Suddenly, another bunch of ninjas appeared to block their path. This time, a team of elite Junins comprised of Yuhi Kurenai, Mitarashi Anko and Hitaki Kakashi. Yo! Kakashi lazily raised an arm and waved at Naruto. Ero-sensei. Let us through. We have to reach the Hokage Tower. Naruto tried to run past Kakashi, but Kakashi caught him with one arm. Whoa, slow down, Naruto. Kakashi said as he put down Naruto and kneeled in front of him. Did you know that you're not supposed to be here? I know that, Ero-sensei. It's just that this is my home. They can't just kick me out of here, Naruto nearly yelled at Kakashi. Ero-sensei? Kakashi raised his only visible eyebrow. Well, you are perverted, Ino defended Naruto's point. What? Not you too, Ino. Kakashi tried to sound disappointed. Why not? You forced me to kiss Naruto. Ino stomped her feet and nerves bulged on her head. Hey, relax. Kakashi raised both arms in defeat. Anyway, are you sure you want to go through? Yes, Naruto glared at Kakashi. Very well, Kakashi pulled out a kunai. I won't obey the council's order to stop you at all costs, so instead, our team has to fight your team. You can't get through unless your team wins. Understood? Yes. Naruto pulls out his own kunai and enters battle stance. Then it's a two-way rumble, Kakashi gleefully said. Wait. Yondaime appeared directly in front of Kakashi. There's only 3 of you. I suggest only 3 of us will fight you. Yondaime-sama. Kurenai and Enko shouted in unison. Sensei? Kakashi's single eye widened. You're alive? Of course I am, you idiot. Now, 3 on 3. Do you accept? I don't think we want to fight the Yellow Flash, Kurenai stated before preparing herself. All right. Then I choose who will fight. Shikaku, you take care of. Anko. Inoichi, you fight Kakashi, and Hizachi, stop hiding. Yandi shouted as he punched the air on his left. And, ouch, followed it in a poof of smoke later. Hizachi appeared next to Yondaime. Did you have to hit too hard? Hizachi rubbed the area where Yondaime gave him a punch. Hizachi-kun? Anko asked with her unusual sweetness towards Hizachi. Anko-chan. Hi, Hizachi waved. Just as Anko was about to say something, Kakashi immediately spoke up. All right, sensei. We accept, Kakashi said before facing Hizachi. Are you ready? Of course I am. Hizachi did his own Uzumaki grin. Right. While you are fighting, Yondaime paused to walk towards Naruto and Ino. Naruto, go behind Ino. What? Why? Naruto asked while he reluctantly walked behind Ino. Now, put your arms around her waist. Yondaime instructed his son. What? Why should I do that? Naruto shouted at Yondaime. As your father, you have to obey me. As Hokage, you have to obey me. Yondaime grinned while leaning down towards Naruto and Ino. Ino sighed while Naruto silently cursed Yondaime. Oh, all right. Naruto half-heartedly put his arms around Ino, pulling her closer as his arms locked. Naruto's head rested on Ino's shoulder as if it moved automatically. He closed his eyes as he enjoyed Ino's scent. Then, he opened his eyes to see something strange. Ino was blushing and playing with her fingers, much like Hinata's habit. Ino-chan. What's wrong? Are you sick? Naruto asked Ino as he moved his face closer. No, Naruto-kun. Ino's face became redder. What? Naruto asked as he felt something soft, unsure of what it was because of her age. He lightly squeezed again, gaining him a soft moan from Ino. Naruto-kun. Ino's face became redder as her fingers moved faster. You're squeezing my breast. Naruto stared blankly at Ino before realizing what she said. Whoa, sorry. Naruto was about to pull away from Ino when suddenly, they were lifted off the ground and moved at extremely high speeds. Naruto and Ino looked up and saw a grinning Yondaime. Yondaime-sama. Why are you grinning? Ino asked. Yeah, blonde dame. What's up with that freaky grin of yours? Naruto immediately backed up Ino's question. It's just that you've grown up. You already have a girlfriend, and now, You're all perverted. Yandaime's grin increased as the yellow flashed through Konoha. What? I'm not perverted. It was an accident, Naruto shouted. Say what you want, but you did what you did. Yandaime's face became serious as he continued to run at yellow flash mode. Fine, whatever you say, Pops. Naruto closed his eyes as his arms wrapped a bit tighter around Ino. A bit further away from the Hokage Tower. Whoa, they ditched us. Choso's jaw dropped as he stared at the trail of dust and smoke that Yandaime left. I guess that our work is done. We did provide the intimidation, now it's up to them to settle things with the council. Shikamaru stared off to Yandaime's trail before walking in the opposite direction. I'm going home. Wait, Shikamaru. Kakashi immediately stopped him before he got too far. What is it, Kakashi-sensei? Shikamaru shot a troublesome gaze at Kakashi. You can't go yet. Kakashi shot back with his bored expression. Why is that? All the remaining ninjas are currently in a defensive line around the Hokage Tower. It may be a stupid thing to do, but they did it. They actually think of Naruto as a threat to Konoha. So, you're saying that there's practically an entire army waiting for them? Hizachi's jaw dropped as he shouted at Kakashi. That's exactly what I mean. So we need to help them. Yandaime may be fast, but he still needs to get Naruto to the tower. Inoichi cupped his chin. That's right. Hizachi trailed off. He was about to continue when a strong tremor shook the ground. What the? Anko said as she struggled to keep herself balanced on the shaking ground. What's wrong? Kurenai asked as she fell to the ground. Byakugan. Heishi and Neji activated their Byakugan at the same time. Do you see anything, Neji? Heishi kept looking around. No, I don't, Neji said as he also looked around. I'll try. Hizachi was about to activate his Jiningan when walls of earth shot up, tossing some of them into the air. Ah. Doten. Tsuchi Maikyu no Jutsu. Earth Maze Technique. An unidentified person whispered to himself as he stood on top of the Hokage Tower while holding a hand seal. Throughout the village, the walls of earth that were slowly rising formed a large maze that covered the entire village. Kurenai got tossed around and fell into one of the passages. Kakashi jumped down next to Kurenai and assisted her to her feet. Are you all right? Kakashi smiled at Kurenai. Yes, the fall just hurt a bit. Kurenai rubbed her aching butt. Can we get out? I guess we could try climbing out. Kakashi said as he focused chakra on his feet and started walking up. He continued walking upward until he hit something hard and he fell back down. Kakashi? What's wrong? Are you all right? Kurenai stared down at the whirly-eyed Kakashi. Roof, painful, ouch, get me a doctor, Kakashi said randomly while struggling with the pain of his back. You're saying things out of order. Kurenai smacked Kakashi on the head. Ahem. Kakashi cleared his throat and sat up straight as if nothing happened. There's a strong barrier blocking the top. The only way we can get out of this is to find the exit and beat the maker of this maze senseless. So, we have to solve this giant maze to get out? Kurenai sat next to Kakashi. Yup, Kakashi lazily said as he started reading his perverted book. Another wall was rising elsewhere. Anko struggled to stay on top of the wall, but the top became extremely slippery to the extent that chakra can't even get a grip. Eventually, she fell and landed on Hizachi, who was already lying on the ground after falling before Anko. As with Hizachi's luck, he once again found his face in between Anko's breasts. As usual, he turned crimson before talking to Anko. Anko-chan, like I said before, as much as I'm enjoying this, we have much more important things to do, Hizachi said, while trying to fight off an upcoming nosebleed. If you are enjoying it, then why are you always trying to get away? Anko moved down and put her face directly in front of Hizachi's crimson face. That's because this always happens at the wrong time. Stop acting, Hizachi-kun. I know you're enjoying it. Anko winked at Hizachi. But, Anko-chan. A few drops of blood emerged from Hizachi's nose. Oh, all right. Hizachi-kun. Let's do this some other time. Anko kissed Hizachi on the cheek. Hizachi, on the other hand, turned crimson again, and his eyes turned white and the pupils were gone. Bubbles fizzed out of his mouth and his fingers twitched every now and then. Stop that, Hizachi-kun. We still need to get out of this maze. Anko looked down at the fainted Hizachi. Hizachi lied motionless on the ground for a few seconds. Anko poked his forehead with her finger for a few times, but there was still no response. She poked a bit harder, but there was no response either. After minutes of agonizing head poking, frustration caught up with Anko. She rolled up the sleeves of her coat and gave Hizachi a downward punch in the face. With strength equal to half of Tsunade's, in pain meter, it was powerful. After that, Hizachi shot up and stood straight, with his Jinnyagan activated. Hizachi-kun? Was that too strong? No, it's just right. Anyway, there's a barrier above us so we can't try climbing out. Hizachi kept staring upward. Hizachi? Anko walked next to Hizachi. Yes? He faced her, giving her the first glimpse of his Jinnyagan. I just punched you, are you alright? And those eyes, what are those? I'm alright, and these eyes? It's the Jinnyagan, having the abilities of both the Sharingan and the Byakugan. Now that's unusual. Anko put a finger on her chin. Believe me, in a world where a toad reaches 100 feet, nothing is unusual. Oh, right. Anko's eyes narrowed as she looked at Hizachi. Anyway, Hizachi moved next to Anko. Let's get out of here. I'm getting this strange feeling that we'll suffer if we don't. He trailed off as he stared at Shikaku and the others through his Jinnyagan. Behind the wall at which Hizachi was staring through with his Jinnyagan, the others weren't as lucky as them. The walls of earth made a room 5 feet in length on each side. Inside the small room, the rest of the Naruto retrieval party were stuck, packed like sardines. This is so troublesome. Shikamaru stared to anyone who was in front of him. Ditto, Shikaku did the same thing. Arg, it's so tight. Everyone, move. I can't breathe. Choza shouted at the top of his lungs. That's because you're fat. Inoichi shouted at Choza. What did you say? Choza shouted back. Sorry, Choji whispered, but loud enough for everyone to hear. Sorry. For what? Heishi asked. After a few seconds, Heishi smelled something. His eyes became much wider, and his face suddenly became bluish. Neji also smelled it, and was the first one to react. WTF? Choji? Did you fart? Neji covered his nose as fast as he could. Everyone thought Neji was making things up, so they took a deep breath, and with that, a lungful of Akamichi gas. Arg. The horror. The horror. Shikamaru finally said something other than troublesome. My nose. It burns. Heishi shook his head violently while keeping his nose covered. Arg. All this stinky air makes me sue, Choza shouted, but as he was about to finish, a loud ripping sound filled the room, followed by a cloud of greenish gas. Choza, Shikaku cracked his knuckles as his eyes flared. Was that you? Oh shit, that stinks. Neji's Byakugan activated itself as an effect of the massive inhalation of the Akamichi gas. This is too much. Farewell, cruel world. Shikamaru slowly slipped towards the ground. Shikamaru. Don't die on me. Shikaku reached down and immediately pulled up Shikamaru. That's it. We're doomed. Inoichi panicked while covering his nose. No, we're not. We'll survive. Heishi shot a glare at everyone. Their fear of the Hyuga caused a series of ripping sounds coming from everyone except Heishi. This made the stink even worse. Oh shit. Neji's eyebrows twitched. I take it back. We won't survive. We're all gonna die. Heishi shouted, releasing his own gas in the process. A bit further into Konoha, the walls of earth also divided Naruto and Yondaime. Naruto ended up with Ino on one side of the wall while Yondaime was on the other. Not good. At this rate, we'll never get to Hokage Tower, Yondaime's sighed as he formed a spiraling ball of chakra on his right hand. Rasengan. Yandime shouted while delivering the Rasengan to the wall. The Rasengan drilled the wall for 30 seconds. Dust surrounded Yandime. As the dust settled down, Yandime clenched his teeth as he stared at the wall. After delivering a Rasengan that lasted for 30 seconds, there was just a little dent the size of a tennis ball on the wall. A few seconds later, the dent disappeared as if nothing happened. Well, that's new. Yandime stared at the wall while scratching his head. To be continued, A.N. Well, sorry. That's all I can write for now. I still have a writer's block hangover, though I don't think that there is such a thing. Anyway, I don't know when the next update will come, but I'm sure that it will come. So until then, please review. See you next chapter. Chapter 18a. N. Yippee. The writer's block hangover is almost gone. Whoopee. Continued. Being stuck in an earthly maze, the group got separated, most of them stuck in a 5 feet by 5 feet room filled with their own farts. Kakashi ended up stuck with Kurenai. Hazachi is stuck with Enko. Naruto with Ino and Yandime, although he will soon find out that they aren't the only ones with the maze troubles. In the Hyuga mansion, that stinks, Hinata mentally vomited as she stared at Heishi and Neji in their stinky situation through her Byakugan. I should try finding a way out too. Hinata stood up and walked outside, where she ended up in one of the maze's paths. She wandered around to find an exit, but after hours of walking, she found out that she was walking in circles. After the 10th time, she activated her Byakugan. She ran towards what she thought as the exit. Then, right after she deactivated her Byakugan, another Hyuga ran into her. They both fell to the ground. Ouch, Hinata rubbed her face which hit the floor. Ditto, the other Hyuga rubbed his aching rear. He looked and saw who it was. Oh, sorry, Hinata-sama. Who are you? Hinata stuttered, that's weird. I only do that around Naruto-kun. Oh, sorry. I'm Hikaru, Hyuga Hikaru. The other Hyuga smiled at Hinata. Oh, Hikaru. Don't worry, it's fine. Hinata stuttered again. What's up with me? I just did it again. Hinata-sama, why are you stuttering? The seemingly ignorant Hikaru asked. No, it's nothing, and please don't call me Hinata-sama. Just Hinata will do. Alright. Hinata, Hikaru stared back. Let's go, Hikaru. We have to help father. They're really in a stinky situation. Hinata tired to stop her giggles. I don't get it. If we need to help him, why are you laughing? Hikaru raised an eyebrow. You'll see, try using your Byakugan. Hinata giggled, this time with less control. Alright. Byakugan. A chakra wave was emitted and nerves appeared on both sides of the head. Where are they? Behind you, a little bit to your left. Hinata pointed a finger at the direction. Let's see. Hikaru looked at the said direction. They're all covering their nose, that must mean, but before he could finish, he ended up laughing on his knees. Stop that, Hikaru, you're mean. Hinata pouted as she put her hands on her waist. Well, you have to admit, you laughed as well. Hikaru continued laughing on the ground. Only a little. Hinata played with her fingers. You still laughed. Putting that aside, don't you think we should be saving Heishi-sama? I don't think he'll last very long. Hikaru kept looking at the 5 by 5 room. Right. Let's go, before they choke to death. Hinata giggled a bit before running off with Hikaru to help Heishi and the rest who were trapped in the room full of fart. Somewhere nearer to Konoha's Hokage Tower, Naruto-kun. Who do you think did this? This maze is giving me the creeps. Ino rubbed her shoulders while walking. Honestly, I don't know. The only person I could think of is Gaara, but he's on our side. I don't think he'll be doing this. Naruto said while keeping his hands behind his head. Now that you mentioned his name, I wonder what he's doing right now. Ino cupped her chin. I don't know, one thing's for certain, it's not good. Naruto shivered at the thought. Meanwhile, inside the Hokage Tower, achoo. Gaara sneezed. His sudden loss of focus made the pressure of the sand increase, squeezing the council members of Konoha which were inside the cocoons of sand. Godem Hokage, more commonly known as Tsunade, handed a box of tissue to Gaara. Here, Tsunade gave the box to Gaara. Gaara took it and pulled out a few pieces to cover himself at the exact moment that another sneeze came. Achoo! Gaara sneezed as the cocoons became even tighter. I think someone's talking about me. It's probably the Kyuubi kid, one of the council members said arrogantly. Shut up. Gaara gave a death glare before squeezing the council member to death. Isn't that going to spell trouble for you? Tsunade rested her chin on her hand. I don't really care. I may be in probation now, but within the next 5 years or less, they'll have no choice but to make me cage again. Suit yourself. Wait a sec. Have you seen Shizune? Tsunade looked around the office. She left a few moments ago, before that tremor occurred. Gaara said while throwing the corpse of one of the council members out of the window. A little further away from the Hokage Tower, Kakashi and Kurenai finally reach an opening which was located just outside the academy. On all sides of the open space were entrances to different paths in the maze. Which one shall we enter? Kurenai looked at Kakashi, hoping to get an answer. I don't know. Kakashi sat down, crossed his legs and pulled out his favorite book. Are you even trying? Kurenai glared at Kakashi. Oh well. Kakashi sighed as he put his book in his pocket and sighed. Let's enter that one. Kakashi points a finger at one of the entrances. You're just randomly pointing. Kurenai's eyes narrowed at Kakashi. I guess you're right. But then, thinking before choosing won't do any good either. By randomly choosing, we can save time. Whatever. Kurenai shrugged her shoulders before walking off with Kakashi towards the said direction, wherever that is. Meanwhile, at the Konoha's monument, Shizune stood staring at the names and talking as if one of them were still alive. If you were still alive, I wonder what would happen. First they exile Naruto, then this giant maze appears. Seriously, why did you have to die that day? Shizune asked as she pounded on the monument. Drops of tears made their way down her cheeks. She silently cried as she stared at a single name on the monument. Then, someone put a hand on her shoulder. Stop crying, you won't make it out of this maze just by crying. The hand gave a slight squeeze on Shizune's shoulders. Shizune immediately wiped her tears and turned around to see who the person was. The person looked at the monument and noticed where Shizune was staring. It reads, Yandaime Hokage. So, you've been crying about me, have you? Yandaime tilted his head and grinned. Yandaime. The cage struck. Shizune stared at Yandaime. What? Is there something on my face? Yandaime leaned forward to get his face closer to Shizune's. No, Shizune managed to say while she put her hands in front of her face and kept staring at Yandaime. Tears kept flowing. Now stop crying, Shizune. Yandaime put his other hand on Shizune's other shoulder. Instead of stopping, Shizune's crying increased and she threw herself at Yandaime. Idiot! You were alive and you choose to show up now? Shizune shouted at Yandaime while she cried herself out on his shoulder. What? I showed up just about after Hisachi came. Yandaime hugged Shizune tighter, and besides, I visited Tsunade a couple of times, and you didn't show up. So, that's what Tsunade-sama meant when she promoted Hisachi to Junin. She said that you recommended his promotion, and that you talked to her the night before. Actually, I thought it was just my imagination. Is that so? Anyway, the rank Junin is nothing for Hisachi. I'm sure his skill level is way beyond that of a Junin. I just think he's holding back. Well, if you say so. Shizune put her arms around Yandaime. Good. Yandaime smiled before putting his arms around Shizune's waist. A few seconds after they entered the said position, one hyperactive ninja and one loudmouth ninja entered the scene. Yandaime-sama, I didn't know you and Shizune were, a pair. Ino stared at the couple. Ah. My father. What are you doing? Aren't we supposed to be going to the Hokage Tower? Naruto shouted at Yandaime as numerous nerves became visible on his head. Look who's talking. If I had to guess, I'd say that you and Ino were enjoying the time you had alone. Yandime raised an eyebrow and gave Naruto an evil smile. What makes you think that? Naruto instantly asked. For one, you two are too close to each other to be just friends. Second, you are attached to each other, quite literally. What? Ino and Naruto said at the same time and looked at themselves. Ino's two arms were wrapped around Naruto's arm. This caused the both of them to blush, but not to pull away from each other. Good. Now, the two of you still blush, but you no longer pull away from each other. That means you're getting used to each other's company, is that right? Yandime teased the two genin, getting him an unexpected answer from Naruto. I guess you could say that. Naruto's face became fully red as he looked down on the ground. Seriously, I was expecting you to shout at me and stuff like that. Yandime's eyes narrowed. I was going to shout at you. So does that mean that Shizune's my mother? Naruto pointed a finger at Yandime. No, she's not your mother. Yandime shook his head. Then why are you so close to her? You unfaithful perverted Yandi. Naruto yelled at Yandime. I'm not unfaithful, you loud-mouthed perverted blondie. Yandime quickly fired back. Then why are you with her? Naruto shouted back even louder. Yandime stared at Naruto, blinked twice before letting go of Shizune to walk towards Naruto. He kneeled down and put his hands on Naruto's shoulders. Listen, Naruto, Shizune's been my best friend since our chunin days, along with your mother and Kakashi. Ero-sensei? Does that mean he's old? Naruto tilted his head. No, actually, it's just like you and Konohamaru, Yandime grinned. Oh, right. Somewhere else in the maze, it was Hizachi and Enko's turn to enter the open space near the academy. Finally, we're out of the maze, Enko shouted while she stretched her arms and sat down on the swing that was hanging from a tree. Not yet. We just entered an open space, but we're still inside the maze. Hizachi walked past Enko and sat down under the tree. Do you think we'll ever get out of this maze? Enko sighed and looked at the sky. I'm getting a feeling we'll soon find out. Hizachi jumped up and stood beside Enko. What do you mean by that? Enko stood up as well. Here comes an Uchiha, Hizachi said as he deactivated his Jinnegan. What? An Uchiha? If it's not Sasuke, it's Itachi. I think it's the weasel. Wait a minute. Why did you have to deactivate your Jinnegan? It's a good thing to surprise the enemy. I'll just use it when I really need it. Hizachi smiled at Enko. Then, from one of the passages emerged Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame, walking towards Enko and Hizachi. Who are you? I don't think I've seen you before, Itachi said coldly. It won't make a difference who I am, Hizachi replied. Grr, should I kill him? Kisame held his sword and prepared to attack, but Itachi held out his arm in front of Kisame to stop him. No, something tells me that there's more to him that meets the eye. Itachi's narrow eyes became narrower. Could you just leave already? We're still trying to figure out a way to get out of this maze? Enko shouted and was about to attack when Hizachi grabbed her wrist. Don't waste your energy, Enko. I should be enough for these two. Hizachi released his grip on Enko. You? Against those two? Are you kidding? Instead of Hizachi answering, another voice answered instead. Spread the fun, will you, Hizachi? Kakashi grinned under his mask while he and Kurenai entered the open space in the middle of the maze. Kakashi. Enko raised an eyebrow. What are you doing here? The path we chose sent us here. It was one big U-turn. Kakashi grinned again. Anyway, Uchiha Itachi, we are not here to fight. It would be a complete waste of time. Hizachi's eyes narrowed. But you don't have a choice. If it remains unknown to you, I guess I'll have to tell you. Itachi turned around and closed his eyes. Tell us what? Kakashi's single eye showed tiny bits of interest. I am responsible for this maze. Though I am not really an earth user, my Sharingan made it possible for me to do this. What are you doing here? I'm sure you know that your brother already left. I know that. I just came to take something. And what is that? Kurenai put her hands on her waist. It's my underwear. What? All their jaws dropped and giant sweat drops appeared on the heads of Anko, Kurenai, Hizachi and Kakashi. No, seriously. I came to get those. Itachi almost blushed from the embarrassment. Don't forget, we also came to take Naruto. Kisame reminded Itachi. Right, and him too. Itachi sighed and faced the 4 Junins. Anyway, if you want to get out of this maze, you'll have to defeat me. Remember, I made this maze. Understood, and as Junins of Konoha, we have to kick you out of here. Kakashi gleefully said as he prepared a kunai. A kunai? Against my sword? Are you kidding? Kisame cockily mocked Kakashi. Who said I'll be fighting you? Sharky, Kakashi immediately insulted. Go. Arrow-sensei. You can beat him. Turn him into a shark fin soup for me. Hizachi waved at Kakashi before walking towards Itachi's right side. You're an idiot, Hizachi. He has the Megenkyu Sharingan. Only those that bear the Sharingan can fight him. Kurenai shouted at Hizachi. You worry too much, Kurenai. Hizachi's trump card will help him. Anko sat down on the swing again. Trump card? Kurenai raised an eyebrow. You'll see it. Kisame, Itachi called out, interrupting the conversation between the two kunoichi. What is it? Kisame returned to normal stance. Let me take care of them. Go find Naruto. Understood. With that, Kisame ran off into the maze. Hold it. You're not going anywhere. Kakashi ran off to follow Kisame, but Itachi appeared in front of him, blocking his path. You're not going anywhere as well, Hitaki Kakashi. If you really want to stop Kisame from taking Naruto, you'll have to get past me, Itachi said before throwing 4 kunais at Kakashi. Kakashi dodged the first 3. He was about to dodge the 4th kunai when Itachi threw another kunai at it and redirected it, hitting Kakashi on the right arm. What's the matter? You're not getting weak, are you? Itachi teased Kakashi. My turn. A smiling Hizachi appeared next to Itachi and gave him a punch, sending Itachi flying. Itachi immediately recovered and stood up. That was good. Very few people can actually touch me. You're pretty good. Itachi dusted his cloak. Thanks for the compliment. Hizachi smirked. So, a Class S criminal versus a Hokage and an elite Junin. This should be interesting. Don't get too cocky, Hizachi. He has the Megenkyu Sharingan. Trust me, it's scary. Kakashi formed hand seals. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 5 more Kakashis appeared around Itachi, each holding a kunai on both hands. HMPH. Are you mocking me? Using Kage Bunshin to fight me is useless. I have the Sharingan. Hey, it's not just there as an illusion. Kakashi grinned as he started attacking Itachi from all sides. Itachi dodged the first Kakashi, leaning backwards and kicking the Bunshin away. Then another Bunshin stabbed downward with both kunais. Itachi grabbed the Bunshin by the vest and threw it at the other 3, making all 4 disappear in a poof. He stood up and kicked 2 more Bunshins in the gut, making them disappear and leaving a taken down Bunshin, 2 undamaged and the real Kakashi. Oops, I forgot. He. Kakashi said as he lifted his forehead protector and opened his Sharingan. Now stop playing around, Kakashi. These Bunshins of yours are pathetic. So, what can this Megenkyu of his do? Hizachi asked Kakashi. It's quite hard to explain, but I'll try. It lets you experience death repeatedly for 3 days, when in fact, it was only 30 seconds. That explains it. Hizachi sigged. I should have listened to the non-Hokage topics history lessons, especially the Megenkyu Sharingan part, to be continued. A.N. Well, that was a long pause. Summer sheds more crammed than regular sems. That means less time to update, but I'll still update. Wahahaha. Cough. Anyways, I'm not sure about Yandi and Kakashi's age gap, so I made it up. Please review. See ya next chapter. Chapter 19a. N. Hoof. Smoke clears. Yo. I know some of you know about the rumors regarding Yandai as the Akatsuki leader. In this story, another character takes the Akatsuki leader role. Not an OC, just an old character. I also took on the pseudonym for Yandai, which is Arashi, since I can't even think of any other name that suits him. Continued. Naruto, Ino, Shizune and Yandime were walking around the maze again to find their way out. Whoever did this maze probably hates me. These walls are keeping me away from Ichiraku's ramen. Naruto gritted his teeth as he kept walking around. Yandime gave him a slight knock on the head. Is that all you think of, Naruto? Why can't you just think of something else, fishcake? Who are you calling, fishcake, Irodem? Naruto pulled on Yandime's nose. Irodem? Is that the proper way of talking to your father, fishcake? I'm not a fishcake. Naruto quickly yelled back. Whatever you say, fishcake, Yandime yelled before disappearing in a yellow flash. The three of them just stared blankly at Yandime's direction. Naruto, if you catch him while he's moving that fast, I'll tell Tsunade-sama to make you a Hokage. Shizune's sweat dropped. Are you kidding? That's impossible. Ino's jaw dropped open. Yeah, I think I'd rather wait for my time as Hokage. Naruto stared. Suddenly, a faint mirage appeared in front of Naruto, Ino and Shizune. Then in a swift spin, a kick was bound to hit Ino, but Naruto pushed her and took the hit himself. Ah! Naruto shouted as he flew into one of the walls and blood flowed from his mouth. Naruto. Ino ran in front of Naruto and formed a handseal, preparing the Shintention. Ino. Naruto looked at Ino with his single opened eye. Naruto. Shizune kneeled beside Naruto and started healing him. I know you heal fast, but I don't think that is fast enough in this situation. Thanks, Shizune-chan. Naruto smiled at Shizune. Shizune-chan? That's new, Shizune smiled back. Get used to it, sooner or later, I'll call you mother. What? Shizune blushed, seriously. Relax, I won't tell my father about your reaction when you said that. Naruto grinned, almost fully healed. Naruto's almost healed. That's good. Ino turned her face to the attacker. Listen, whoever you are, you're going down. There are three of us, one of you. Naruto stared at the said attacker, until he recognized the cloak. Ino. Run. That's a member of the Akatsuki. Naruto yelled at Ino. Akatsuki? Ino raised an eyebrow. It's a good thing that you remember me, Naruto. The blue-skinned Akatsuki glared at Naruto. That voice, the sharky eyes, and fishy smell, you're Kisame. Naruto growled at the fish, at Kisame. Kisame? Hoshigaki Kisame? Shizune stood up and prepared her needle launchers. Yeah, Itachi's goldfish, Naruto whispered. You'll take those words back later. Kisame slowly walked closer to them and raised both of his hands. See? He's surrendering. He knows he shouldn't mess with Yamanaka Ino. Ino grinned cockily. Ino. That's not it, it's his sword. Naruto pushed Ino out of the way as Kisame pulled his sword and was about to strike down Naruto. When suddenly, a gust of wind whirled in front of them, stopping the sword dead in midair. Come on, Naruto, it's not right to be unable to protect your girlfriend. What? Naruto blushed. Well, there's no time for that. Yandime shifted his attention to Kisame. Hoshigaki Kisame. There's something I tell intruders before I engage them in combat. What is it? Kisame struggled with Yandime's kunai that blocked the gigantic sword. Simple. Yandime disappeared from in front of Kisame to behind him, with kunai at Kisame's neck. I tell them this. Come in peace or leave in pieces. Yandime was about to stab Kisame when Kisame used Kawarimi to get away from Yandime, but when Kisame reappeared somewhere else, 3 kunais were already flying at his direction. He swung his sword to deflect the kunais, but after he finished the swing, Yandime reappeared in front of him and stabbed him 10 times in 2 seconds before kicking him a few meters away. So, which one will it be? Come in peace or leave in pieces? Yandime threatened. Tisk. Kisame struggled to get up, somewhere else in the maze. Rakery. Kakashi charged at Itachi at such high speeds, there appeared to be 5 of him attacking Itachi from all directions. That's useless, Kakashi. With my Sharingan, I know exactly where you are. Itachi looked at the Kakashi on his right. As soon as he got eye contact, the dots on his eyes fused to form the pattern on his Megenkyu Sharingan. Inside Kakashi's head, so, here we are again. I can't see why you still persist on fighting me knowing that we'll end up with the same results. Itachi approached the once again tied up Kakashi. No problem, I'll let you do this over and over again. No matter how much you do it, I'll always get back up and fight again, until I find your weakness. Kakashi glared at Itachi. Let's get started. Itachi stabbed Kakashi a number of times on the chest and he pulled out Kakashi's beating heart. So, how does it feel to see your own heartbeat in front of you? Itachi slowly squeezed the heart up to the point that it was about to pop when the illusion faded and reality was once again visible to Kakashi. Back outside his head, Kakashi dropped to the ground, motionless and panting but still conscious. He looked at Itachi, who seemed to have lightning coming out of his right lower ribcage. Kakashi forced the focus of his blurry eyes to see what happened. His eyes widened and his jaw opened beneath his mask. What the? It can't be. Kakashi lay motionless as he stared at Hizachi, who finally activated his Jiningan and drove a Chidori right into Itachi. See that? That's Hizachi's trump card, the Jiningan, Anko said to Kurenai. So now I know why you have so much faith in him. Kurenai sighed and continued to watch the fight, but I still don't get the reason why they want us to watch instead of fighting with them. Even though we're at Junin level, we may only be a burden to them if we join. It's better if we stay back. Anko explained, getting a nod from Kurenai. So, you have a Sharingan too, but yours look different, they're blue. Itachi stared at Hizachi, showing no signs of pain from the Chidori. It's like the Sharingan, but it can do more than that. Hizachi grinned as he drove his hand deeper into Itachi's lungs. A slight twitch became visible on Itachi's face, then he calmed down again and used the Megenkyu Sharingan on Hizachi. Inside Hizachi's head, what the? Hizachi looked at himself, tied up. In front of him appeared Itachi. Now, it's your turn to experience death, over and over again. Itachi shouted as he stabbed Hizachi with a katana. Hizachi winced and grunted, but pushed his mind to ignore the pain. So, you're tougher than you look, we'll see about that. Itachi twisted the sword and sliced sideways. Again. Hizachi winced, gritting his teeth to ignore the pain. All right. Let's cut the chase. Itachi drew out the sword and cut Hizachi's head off. After a few seconds, Hizachi found himself whole again. You see? That was what Kakashi was warning you about, the power that can only be obtained by killing your best friend. Itachi stared at Hizachi and prepared for another stab. You're not the only one with a rare ability. In our family, it has been said that in order to obtain the real Jiningan, a person should experience death at least once. Hizachi talked with his eyes closed. Really? And your point is? In this world, you already killed me, and since you already killed me earlier, I think it's about time to let you feel real power of a Jiningan. Hizachi opened his eyes and glared at Itachi. The 3 dots of his Jiningan got replaced with a single shape that looks like the storm symbol on the weather news. A bright flash engulfed the area, leaving nothing visible but white. Inside Itachi's head, so, how does it feel? Getting a taste of your own medicine. Hizachi stared at Itachi, who was tied up at the moment. What happened? This isn't a genjutsu that could be reversed. Itachi shouted, finally getting some emotion into his tone. I'm not sure how it happened either. What I'm sure about is that I got the full form of our family's bloodline limit, and it saved me. I'm not sure how long I can hold this, but I'll make sure it counts. Hizachi smirked as thousands of Hizachis appeared holding kunais with exploding tags. This is impossible, Itachi said as the Hizachis started attacking him. Meanwhile, Yandime and Kisame were enjoying a little staring competition between themselves. Now what, Hoshigaki Kisame? Is that all you can do? Yandime chuckled as he mocked Kisame. Grr, Kisame grunted as he struggled to stand up and keep his balance. Suddenly, the walls around them collapsed and returned to the earth. Kisame looked behind him as a wall descended into the ground. Itachi, Kisami's eyes widened as he stared on the motionless Itachi lying wounded on the ground. Well, looks like you were able to beat him, Hizachi. Yondaime looked at Hizachi. Yeah, barely. If he hadn't used the Megenkyu Sharingan on me, I would have been toast. Hizachi sighed and fell down into a sitting position. Hizachi. Enko poofed next to Hizachi. Are you alright? I'm fine. I just got tired. That Jinyugen drained me. Hizachi drifted off into sleep and his face landed on Enko's chest again. Just rest now, Hizachi-kun. Enko put her hand on Hizachi's head. Kakashi, on the other hand, was still lying semi-conscious on the ground. Kurenai ran towards Kakashi and put his head on her lap. Kurenai? Kakashi asked as he kept his right eye open. Just shut up and rest, Kakashi. Kurenai smiled at Kakashi. Then, a few weak steps disturbed their little sweet moments. Yondaime immediately shifted his gaze. Kisame saw this and immediately talked to Yondaime. You can relax, he said as he picked up the unconscious Itachi. We're in no shape to fight. We're leaving. With that, he formed a single hand seal and disappeared into thin air. Yondaime-sama. Shizune walked closer beside Yondaime. Cut the formalities, Shizune. That's an order, Yondaime said while putting on a scary face. Right, Arashi. Shizune's face turned pink. Oh, Shizune-chan's face is turning pink. Naruto whispered to Yondaime, who in turn gave Shizune a peek. I think the father and son duo is plotting something, Ino whispered to Shizune. What? Shizune shouted as she aimed her needle launchers at two blondes. Yondaime looked and his jaw dropped. Naruto, grab my hand. Yondaime gave his hand to Naruto. Why? Just do it. Yondaime shouted at Naruto. Fine. Naruto grabbed Yondaime's hand. I hate to leave so soon, but I do remember that those needles are very painful. Bye. Yondaime dragged Naruto away in a yellow flash. They fled? Ino's eyebrows twitched. Somewhere else in Konoha. Fresh air. Neji shouted as he inhaled as much air as he could. It's good to be alive. Heishi did the same. You said it. Shikaku dropped to the ground and gasped for air. I can't feel my nostrils. Shikamaru twitched while lying on the ground. I'm hungry, Choza complained. I'm dying of hunger. Choji lied down on the floor. While all of them were busy complaining, two people walked closer to them. Huh? Hinata? Inoichi was the first one to take notice. Who's that with you? Oh, him? Hinata takes a peek at the other Hyuga. He's Hyuga Hikaru. Hikaru. Heishi calmed down and walked closer. Yes. Heishi-sama. Hikaru bowed a bit. Stand up, Hikaru. Hinata, Neji, let's go. Heishi ordered as he turned around and walked towards the Hyuga mansion. Yes. All the three younger Hyugas followed Heishi. At the Hokage Tower, I think you overdid things a bit. Tsunade stared at Gaara, who was calmly drinking his tea. I don't think so, Gaara said as he looked at the pile of dead bodies of what used to be Konoha's council. But don't you think people will speculate about what happened to the entire council, except for the Sandame's teammates? It's perfectly fine. Just let Naruto's bunchins do the job, Gaara coldly answered. Fine, I'll talk to him later, Tsunade sighed as she rested her head on her arms. To be continued, A.N. Well, it's been a long while since I updated this fast. This must be my lucky day, so please review. See you next chapter. Chapter 20 A.N. Whoa, I'm in the 3 digits of review zone. Thanks guys. Are you talking to me? Guy appears out of nowhere. I said, guys. Not, Guy, Azure Strike sighed. That's sad. Guy covered his face and cried. No one appreciates me and Lee. We never appeared in this story. Now, calm down, Guy-sensei. Lee comforted his sensei. Lee? Guy sniffed as his watery eyes looked at Lee. Guy-sensei, Lee had tears coming from his eyes. Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. Guy-sensei. And, you know the drill. Anyway, here's chapter 20. Yippee. And since someone informed me that Shizune is called Shizune Ne-chan by Naruto, well, Shizune was surprised when she was called with Chan instead of Ne-chan. Gee, that was a long break, more than a month of no updates, whoa. Continued. Well, Hizachi's quite worn out, I think you should stay with him for a while, Anko. Yondaime said as he dusted his cloak. Right, Yondaime-sama, Anko nodded. Anko, Yondaime put on his scary face, cut the formalities. Okay. Anko's eyebrows twitched and a giant drop of sweat appeared on her head. Good. The not-so-nice Yondaime returned to nice mode, Naruto? Shall we go? Oh, I forgot, we were supposed to go to the tower, Naruto crossed his arms. Then let's go. Yondaime turned around and started walking. Right, persistent arrogant father, Naruto whispered as he put his hands behind his head and walked. Yondaime's eyebrow twitched while he walked. Wait. I'm coming with you. Ino stood up and ran towards Yondaime and Naruto. Don't forget me. Shizune hurried towards the trio. Well, there they go. Kurenai sighed as she looked down at Kakashi. Is there something on my face? Kakashi asked, innocently. No. There's nothing on your face. Oh, then why are you looking? Kakashi asked again. It's nothing. Kurenai turned away to hide her blush. A few meters away, Hizachi was slowly waking up when he noticed something oddly familiar. Where am I? Hizachi blinked a couple of times. Can't you make a guess? Anko said with her seductive tone. Don't tell me that. Hizachi said as he raised his hands and touched a pair of something soft and round. Hizachi, Anko moaned a bit, don't you think it's a bit too early for that? Hizachi blinked again, then after he realized what he just did, he fell back with a massive nosebleed. Hizachi. Anko immediately went to Hizachi's side, whose hands were currently twitching. Are you all right? I'm fine, hey, Hizachi said before blacking out. Oh boy, Anko sighed. At the Hokage Tower, I see something, yellow and fast, Gaara said as he stared on the streets. I guess I know who it is. Tsunade fixed the piles of papers on her desk and squeezed them into a 5-inch drawer. After closing the drawer, the office door fell and smoke filled the area. A few seconds later, the smoke cleared and revealed a panting Yondaime carrying Naruto and Ino on his arms and Shizune on his back. The three of you should definitely try to lose weight, especially you, Ino. Yondaime weakly looked at In. Are you implying that I'm fat? Ino raised an eyebrow. No, he's just saying that you're overweight. Naruto quickly added. What did you say? Ino shouted at Naruto. Now, stop fighting, you're not even married yet. Tsunade looked at the two genins with narrowed eyes. Though I'd like to defend you in a sticky situation such as this, I'm afraid I'll have to agree with her. Yondaime messed up Naruto's already messy hair. Stop chatting. Aren't you here on official business? Gaara interrupted, staring at Naruto. Oh, right. Naruto looked around the Hokage's office. That's weird, I haven't seen any of the council members yet. Well, Sensei's teammates are at the lower floors. The rest of the council, well, just ask Gaara. Tsunade pointed her finger at Gaara. So, where are they? Naruto asked Gaara. Half of them were crushed to death, a quarter of them drowned in sand and the rest were shredded to bits. Gaara kept on staring at Naruto. Good one. Naruto laughed, you finally learned how to make jokes, but seriously, where are they? I'm not joking. Gaara's stare turned into a glare. Oh, right. Naruto immediately paced himself backwards. In short, you no longer have any problems. You're legally back in Konoha and, Gaara said, but got interrupted by Naruto. Legally? How's that legal? If there's no one or nothing left to say that it's illegal, what happens? Gaara answered the question with another question. Naruto cupped his chin and sat on the floor. After 3 minutes, Yondaime let out a loud sigh and hit Naruto on the head. Stupid fish cake. It becomes legal. Yondaime crossed his arms and sat on the floor. Unfaithful sea urchin father. How dare you hit your own son? Naruto jumped up and yelled at Yondaime's ears. Hit my own son? You should be thankful I only hit you. You're the one that used the Rasengan on me. Yondaime stood up and yelled at Naruto's ear. The great argument fired off and continued for a few minutes until a wall of sand appeared between them. Shut up, Naruto. Gaara glared at Naruto. All right, fine. Naruto crossed his arms and pouted. Naruto-kun, please stop acting like that. Ino moved her face closer and smiled at Naruto. Oh, all right. Naruto smiled back at Ino, whose face was only centimeters away from his. They smiled at each other for a while until Yondaime decided to intervene. Oops. Yondaime mockingly said as he slightly pushed Naruto, causing Naruto to fall and kiss Ino. Again. Ino and Naruto melted into the kiss for a few seconds, until they realized that everyone was staring at them. This caused Ino to punch Naruto in the face, sending him to meet Mr. Officewall. Ouch, Naruto barely managed to say before falling to the ground. All that aside, Naruto is now legally back in Konoha. Well, illegally done, but legally certified. Tsunade scratched her cheek with a finger as a giant sweat drop appeared on her head. All that's left is to do what Godem Kazekage requested. Kazekage? Naruto stood up, as if nothing happened. Yes, Naruto. Gaara is the 5th Kazekage, to be more precise, probational Kazekage. So, you're Sanagekire's new Kazekage? Naruto turned to face Gaara. Yes. Gaara simply nodded. Naruto looked down in despair. Yondaime noticed this and softly hit Naruto at the back of the head. Naruto looked up at Yondaime with teary eyes. Don't worry, Naruto. Yondaime looked at Naruto with a smiling face. I'll personally train you. I'll train you to become the Rokudame. Hokage. Rokudame. Hokage? Naruto's flow of tears stopped. Yeah, I'll train you myself. After all, when you're trained by a Hokage, it's not hard to become a Hokage yourself. Yondaime messed up Naruto's hair. Naruto just smiled and tears of joy suddenly started flowing. He gave Yondaime a hug, making Yondaime return the hug. All of a sudden, 20 sentimentally dramatic Narutos appeared and hugged Yondaime at the same time. Wait. Don't do that. I can only handle one Naruto at a time, Yondaime shouted. But, I didn't do anything, Naruto whispered, keeping his face buried in his father's vest. You didn't? Yondaime blinked a couple of times while drops of sweat rolled down his face. I didn't feel his hands move. That means he made cage bunchins without hand seals. Yondaime thought as a smile of pride appeared on his face. A.N. Well, there's chapter 20. I think I'll make a 1 or 2 filler chapters after this. After I'm done with the fillers, I don't think I'll be able to update until they show the post-filler Naruto episodes, so please tell me when they show those episodes. Until that time, please review.